just yesterday, she also had indicated the good news was that they are going to make every attempt to, IHSA wise, to hold every season, meaning the winter still, spring and summer. However, because winter has already had a long pause and will have a longer pause probably till a week at least after break is over, and it could be longer. They're still going to try to fit that in. And what that, I asked her what that would mean for the spring for gymnastics, and that just means that we would probably, they were going to have to borrow weeks, if that happens from the other seasons. So we could very well, wouldn't be a big surprise if we started a week or two later than what is currently on the schedule, and still finishing at the same time.
Yeah. Or maybe we would get, maybe if they took 2 weeks, they would take 1 week from spring and 1 week from summer. Do you think that's kind of how, and then we kind of get, our end date would kind of get pushed back a week?
That's possible. Obviously, anything's on the table. I think what they're going to try to do is even out each of the last 3 seasons. And it looks like, to me, the last time I looked, spring had the most amount of weeks. If you would imagine winter starting back up, let's say the 3rd week of January, then we would have the most weeks. So they're probably going to borrow from us more than anybody else. Yeah. Summer's not very long.
No, summer's only like a month and a half.
Yeah, it's like 7 weeks at the most.
Yeah. So, yeah, I guess the biggest takeaway from this is let's look forward to the 14th for more in-depth information, because it seems like everybody is still everything is still up in the air and nobody really knows what's going on. But it sounds like, at least, which is a good thing, like Doug said, is that they at least have a handful of plans that they are trying to figure out, which is good. Okay, any other points on state of gymnastics in IHS or in the IHSA? No? Okay, let's move on to finances. Currently, our only fundraising for the year is going to be this clinic. And so your IHSA, your association fees and your winter clinic fee is pretty much going to be the only fundraising we are going to be able to do this season. But like we saw in our budget earlier, we are well above where we were last year due to the fact that we only gave out 1 scholarship instead of 2 last year, and we really haven't been, we haven't been paying for plaques, and we didn't get the pizzas for the meetings. So even though we haven't done any real fundraising this year, we are still well above where we normally would be around this time of the year. So philanthropy, the Brinkworth Scholarship. Frank, when is the due date for that? Do we know? Have we figured that out yet?
For the Brinkworth Scholarship?
Yeah.
Betty usually sends that information out in March, and then it's usually due mid-April.
Okay. Philanthropy, the other part, I got an email from Betty asking things that we can do for Ed Gambos, because he is struggling a little bit right now because his main income is going to the association or to competitions and selling shirts. So what we are planning on doing is, for everybody who paid for the association or who paid for the clinic fees, we are going to use $5 of those to buy you a shirt from Ed Gambos. We will figure out what is the best way to deliver that for you guys. So we'll be taking a survey a little bit later to get everybody's sizes and the countries they want, because I know, if there's anything I know, is that we all need more Ed Gombo shirts, because I know none of us have enough of them. Philanthropy, any other pieces of information on philanthropy? No? Okay. We can move on. Positions of note, conference reps. So these are going to be, are these just nominated? Correct? Okay. Do we have somebody who wants to represent or wants to nominate somebody for the CSL?
I will nominate Adrian Batista because he didn't get to do it last year, and I don't want to take that opportunity away from him.
Second. I'm pretty sure he's very happy about that. Okay. The MSL East. MSL East. I'll nominate June because I know he's here, but I think he's working, so he can't respond.
Second.
Okay. MSL West.
I can do it, Eric.
Okay. I'll nominate Scott Hagel.
Second.
And then Bill Courts nominated Galfi for the WSC Gold. Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay. And then WSC Silver. Do we have a nomination for the silver?
Well, I'm not in the conference anymore, but it looks like Sam's here, so I'll nominate Sam Zeman.
Do we have a second?
Second.
And then the independent.
I'll nominate Greg Gebhardt.
I'll second. Okay, next we have the executive board. This is our current executive board, so if you need to contact us, this is the easiest way to do it. Next is the steering committee. Thank you for cleaning that up, Ryan. Open positions. So this is the most current list of open positions that I saw on, okay, oh yeah, sorry. We can go back, if we can go back up to conference reps. So the responsibilities of the conference rep is going to be maybe a little bit higher this year because we might need them to be in charge of contacting all of the coaches in order to make sure that everybody gets all of the information this year. And Frank, do you remember what else we kind of talked about? I'm kind of blanking on this.
We talked about making calls to coaches.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
From their conference.
Yeah. But I think that's something we should discuss individually with the conference coaches, correct? Or for the conference reps, or do you think we want to talk about it right now in the during the association meeting?
Well, if you're asking my opinion, I think it's good for. I think it'd be good for those people to have input into what their additional expected requirements are.
Okay, sorry then. So we're talking about how we're going to add responsibilities to all of the conference coaches. One would be to, contact and call all of the coaches to make sure that they're up to date with all the rules, potentially pull them in for, try and get them to show up to association meetings, potentially get them to help sign up for judging. What else were they supposed to do? I know we talked about this, but I really don't remember.
Eric, I think those are the two major ones.
Yeah.
I know I had brought up at the last meeting that the conference reps can reach out to the coaches, the head coaches, as well as assistant coaches, and even make the phone calls. I've already reached out to our CSL to find out if there's any assistants that are looking forward. That could be judges. I will call them personally. I just sent that email out, I think, earlier this week. So I should hear back from the coaches over the next couple of weeks. But yeah, I think those are the two major ones.
Okay. Thank you, Adrian. Okay, so then we can.
Adrian, did you call or send an email? There's a difference. So I mean, you're asking conference reps to call everyone individually, and assistants too.
I mean, if for me, I emailed the head coaches of the CSL, and I'm asking them if they have assistant coaches they think are interested or could be good judges to give me the information. Then I will call them. I'm going to call 50 coaches. Just, hey, you want to judge? I'm going to put it on the head coaches, have them respond to me. And then if they say, hey, yeah, I got, Joe Smith, my assistants, I think he might be a good judge. Okay, give me his number. I'll give him a call, see if I can talk to him, because we all know that a phone conversation it's a lot harder to squirm out of that than an email. So I'm not saying just cold calling or anything like that. I'm saying using the head coaches as support. I will call coaches that aren't judges and lean on them if I can. I mean, I'm a judge. I'm not only judged a couple of meets, but I'm trying to get into it. So I know Keith has pushed me significantly as my assistant coach.
Yeah.
Especially with the shortage that we may or may not occur over the next couple of years. I think every team should have at least one certified judge. I mean, we can't make it a rule, but I think it should be kind of one of those things in case a judge doesn't make it, weather, COVID, anything, that there's at least one certified judge in every team is ideal. Can't make it a rule, but I think that's my goal.
Yeah. I think one of the things we were stating was we just wanted to make sure that everybody had verified contact with every coach. So whether they feel they can get that through an email, and if they can get some sort of response through the email, because you know how you just get you get a handful of emails from somebody and then you just skim through it and then just kind of go on to the next one. I think email could be the first the first attempt, and if there is no response via email, then the next step would be to call, because I think our goal is to get a verified response from each individual coach. So some people think maybe calling is the first thing to do. But I think emailing for the first attempt is reasonable.
I'm good. I just want to know I just want to know what the expectation is. That's all. I'm conference rep. I just want to know what my expectation is.
Okay.
I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Okay. If we can scroll, steering committee, open positions. Are there any open positions? These are the only ones that I saw on Bill Stone's most recent email. So if anybody has any open positions, or if anybody knows of any open positions, could you guys kind of say them now? No, everybody's got all their coaches besides these 4.
Lake Park may possibly need an assistant coach.
Also, Eric, there's a lot of people who aren't here that don't come to meetings that may need it as well.
Yeah.
So I don't really think that's an accurate reflection of.
Yes, I understand. I'm just asking if, just, as the fact that we are all in pretty decent contact with other coaches, if anybody knows of anyone else. I know that there's a bunch of coaches that aren't here or maybe can't respond, but if somebody has heard that another program is needing of a coach. So, okay. So besides Lake Park, that's it? Okay. State meet. We are still going to run this at Hoffman, correct, this year, if there is one? So ideas on how to, if we do get the ability to run a state meet, what are ways that we could run a meet while fulfilling all of the social distancing requirements? I know the girls had their, they had like a presentation to discuss things such as, coaches, like teams arriving one at a time at a very scheduled time, and then social distancing into a classroom, and then having competitions going having only one team in the gym at a time, possibly holding it in 2 separate gyms, because you have your back gym and then your main gym. And so then that way you can have 2 events going at the same time, running all of this on Zoom. So I believe, Frank, correct me if I'm wrong, but you were saying that this is the last year of Hoffman's contract for 3 years?
My understanding is that it's a 3-year contract. I mean, we'll obviously have the ability to renew, but I believe this is what I was saying before, is that I believe this is the 3rd year that we've had the state meet at Hoffman Estates.
Mm-hmm.
So usually they look to renew or find a new school if the current school does not want to continue to host.
Okay. And then, so I guess the idea is if you think that maybe your school might want to host the state meet next year, this might be something to start floating to your ADs now. And so in that way, we're not scrambling at the last minute to try and find a possible host for next year at the last minute, especially with all of the work that's going to have to go into it with everything, because I don't know, because we have no idea whether all of this is going to be resolved by next year. Okay, scrolling on to the next portion. Participation in the association. So I know we talk about how every year we're just, preaching to the choir. I'm telling the same guys that we talk to every year about showing up to the association. You guys are not the ones that we need to talk to. But we need to increase participation in the association. We currently have 31 people here, which is, it's a little low for what's going on. We're on Zoom. It's not that difficult to come in. June, I think we are going to try and do that. We don't know exactly what they are, what it is that they are doing. So if somebody wants to, chat about what the girls said that they were going to do, or put in some more information, because I attended the meeting, but I really didn't pay attention that much. If anybody else was there and they want to share some information that they gathered. Yeah, I've been, I actually had a conversation with Carlos on Tuesday. He's the Glenbard West head coach for girls and this year for boys. So yeah, I've been trying, we talked about how we were going to try and keep regular communication so that way we can stay up to date on all of the all of the information that everything's going. We're still getting a little bit of resistance from their executive board with working together and just trying to figure things out as a group. But we're working on helping to figure that out and mitigate those things. So participation in the association, going back to that, do we have any ideas on ways that we could increase participation? I know, yeah, we talk about calling your friends and the other coaches that we all know, bringing your assistants. I remember my first association meeting, Ruben told me to get in the car, and I asked where I was going, and he said, it doesn't matter, just get in the car. And he brought me here, and I've been to pretty much everyone ever since. So I think maybe just dragging assistants to the meeting and telling them that it's part of their responsibility of being a coach. I know that doesn't always work. Some of our younger coaches have responsibilities, or some of our coaches have responsibilities outside of coaching that takes up some time, but if they can, try and get them here, because we need every mind and every voice working towards dealing with everything.
Yeah, hey, if I could just echo what Eric, you just said. I mean, I don't know. I'm sure probably it seems sometimes like, I don't know, as a steering committee, we're harping on people to get to the meetings and things, but I don't know if what's lost in translation possibly is the fact that the whole point of that, the goal is philosophically, right? The steering committee believes that the participation of the membership is ultimately what's important for moving our sport forward and making it the best experience, right, for the kids that we're trying to serve. And I don't know, just thinking about it right now, I wonder if sometimes that's lost in translation. It's not, it's not a thing where I don't know. I'll just repeat what I said. Philosophically, we feel like, hey, we want as many people as possible to be involved in the decision-making as process to kind of try to, like I said, advance the sport forward in the state of Illinois. And so you know, that's really the purpose of our desire to have as many people involved as possible.
Thank you, Frank. Yeah, I know we kind of put towards, we said peer pressure works, calling people, you know, making sure that they know that it's very important that they stay up to date, because a lot of very important things are discussed at association meetings, you know, rules clarifications, getting all that information in is extremely important. Does anybody else have anything they would like to add on this point?
Yeah, Eric, I'd like to add a comment, actually. I think since we've moved to this virtual setting with remote appearances and whatnot, I think we're going to get a better attendance with members who have been lagging, or people that struggle for, I don't know, I guess you could probably throw things out there from a standpoint of travel as being a big issue, especially guys who are away on the south side driving to, you know, wherever it is, Rolling Meadows and stuff. It's like sometimes guys have a hard time doing that midweek, especially if they're family members. And, you know, we got a lot of coaches on staff that have young kids at home that they have to take care of. I think in a sense, staying in this setting and doing remote is probably the best thing for us to get maximum participation. I think the reason why our numbers are down so much this morning, there's a lot of us that are teachers that right now are probably in the midst of balancing teaching a class right now. Like I could actually see Galfie is probably teaching his math class, and you know, trying to balance between being in the meeting here and teaching his class in a virtual setting. So I think if we would have probably had this later on in the day, we probably would have had even more numbers. I just think that if we can record these sessions as well, which we have the possibility or capability of doing, that's another way of pushing out to every member represented and to maximize people getting involved in this. I just feel like this is probably, you know, the old days where, you know, guys would meet at the association meetings and go out and have a beer are long gone now. I mean, it's just, you know, guys aren't really necessarily doing that anymore. So I think we need to consider that this is the best solution right now to get people to, you know, say, hey, every Wednesday, it's, you know, maybe move it even to 6 o'clock instead of 7 or 8, whatever it is that we have, and just say, hey, we're going to have our association meetings on these time frames. Make sure you're online.
Yeah. Just a point to that, I actually am currently up recording this meeting. We planned on that with the steering committee, but we discussed that we didn't think it would be a good idea to advertise the fact that we were recording, because then we felt that we would get fewer people attending. So if you were unable to attend, we'll send out the link to the video a little bit later. But yeah, we didn't think it was a good idea to let everybody know that we would be recording, because then, like right now, we wouldn't get the opportunity for people to, you know, to say something. You know, it's different listening to it versus actually participating in the video. So I think recording is it's like a second best, but I think part of it is we need people here and we need their opinions and their voices more than anything else.
Agreed. And, you know, I think the other thing too is, you know, I think the recording is just, is to inform those that could not attend the meeting, because oftentimes there's guys that are making a motion or we're voting on something, and you have to be present in the meeting in order to cast your ballot, right? I mean, so I feel like, you know, recording is just a backup for saying, okay, I missed, but what was covered? Was there a rules interpretation involved in the meeting? I think it's best for those guys who can't make the meeting. But truthfully, I think, you know, holding off and saying, you know, should we or should we not record and then hold off on sending it out, I think is not going to benefit our association. I think it should be sent out like probably the next day. And this is what you missed out on. You need to get involved.
Well, I'm just saying the holding off on sending it out. The plan is always going to be to send it out, and we will send it out. I'm just saying it might take a day or two for me to upload it to YouTube and get the link sent out and everything, because I have zero experience uploading to YouTube. last time I uploaded a video to YouTube was probably 2007. So any other thoughts or feelings or opinions on participation association? Any other ideas on ways to increase recruitment? Okay, recruiting new coaches. Please collect emails from graduating seniors and recent graduates using the following form. So I know this year especially, a lot of kids are going to forego going to the four-year university, especially since if it is all just going to be on Zoom, or if they do go to the four-year university, they are going to be doing most of that all virtually. So if we can convince some of those kids to take all their classes early in the morning, then maybe coaching is a viable option. Is there any other ideas on recruiting coaching? Because I know overall coaching recruitment is kind of down, and we are always looking for new coaches. If you guys have any, or if you know of anybody who is willing to coach or available to coach, please let me know, and then I will send that information out to maybe the area in which they live. Yeah, and then this is also a good idea for the judging, because then we can also try and hopefully convince them to become judging. Next section is judging. I know we are in a dire situation. Frank, I believe you told me we were at about 23 official coaches signed up.
Uh, 20. Yeah, 24, but one of those registered officials has been registered for a long time and has never officiated a meet. So 23.
Yeah. Eric Bostrom just put in, if they are not in compliance with the IHSA, so there might be some people who are registered to judge and are okay to judge, but just have not completed the concussion exam. So that might be something for people. But yeah, so that 23 registered officials is not a good number. We had 3, I believe, major judges step down this year. Blaze, Howie, and who is the third?
Joe Skronsky.
Joe Skronsky. And those were guys who were taking up, I'm sorry. They took up like about 100 meets probably between the 3 of them, close to that. So that this is a huge, huge blow to our sport. And especially with everything that's going on, there might be a handful of other judges that are a little more hesitant to come into schools and judge competitions. So we might be losing the availability of some judges. So I know we say this every year, but this seems like is going to be the year that you might have to judge your own meets.
Hey, Eric,
Yeah.
can I say something really quick?
Yeah.
You guys, if we even have a season, if you look at how many teams we have and think about the low estimate, let's say we only have 6 meets per team. That means we have about 500 judging spots. That's like not even counting invites or a state meet. Like 500 seats that need to be filled for judges almost with 25 people. That means we're all doing 20 meets each. I'm not going to come up. The most I'm probably going to get to is like half that. Like a lot of us head coaches are only going to get to half that. So we'll mention this later today during the clinic, but man, I would get ready because you're going to be judging your own meets this year. And I know it might not look good, but what would look even worse is just like not knowing what to do. 500 meets with 25 judges is not going to work. It's just, you're going to be judging your own meets. So just get ready. If I were you, I'd want to be prepared for that. Might as well just register and help judge a few then. And then if we all take a little bit of this, it's possible, but you know, I can't take over Blaze and Howie's 100+ meets myself. Like Greg, Frank, and I can't do that. The three of us even.
Hey, Brandon, just to piggyback on what you're saying, and I said it before, and Howie warned you guys for years this is going to happen. It will, just like Brandon said, you're going to be judging your own meet. The big thing is that you're not going to get paid for it either. Now you're going to be able to coach your kids. You're going to be sitting in the chair judging, and then you're not going to receive compensation. Whereas if you just judge 3 meets, everyone does it, you're at least getting paid for it. You can coach your own kids, and everything's great. We have so many coaches that are too busy to do it. Well, you know, this is where we're at. So I personally would rather judge 3 meets, get paid like maybe a couple $100 than do it for free, not be able to coach my kids. And that's what's going to happen because everyone's too busy to do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I know I think one of the things that we need to think about is you say, I know it's difficult to leave the gym and, you know, oh, I'll miss out a half hour of practice or an hour of practice, but I think I'd rather miss an hour of practice over missing coaching a meet. So I think that's the why am I blanking on this word? That's a sacrifice that we're all going to have to make, you know, or the negotiation. Yeah. So if we all like, you know, sacrifice, you know, an hour of coaching every other week, then it makes, you know, then that way we all get to coach our own competitions. I know Keith was just saying girls have talked about judging over Zoom. I think that could be a possibility. I don't know how well that would work. You know, sometimes you lose connection, sometimes it freezes, sometimes it does all those things. But yeah, I think maybe if we have judges who are uncomfortable showing up to schools, that could be a potential workaround, way that we can kind of deal with things. It's really hard to read these comments and try and talk about them. Yeah, and they were saying that potentially splitting up competitions and having JV and freshmen at the school, and then having the varsity at the other school. So have both varsity teams travel to one school and then have the JV and freshmen travel to a different school. Or so have like, you would have JV and freshmen stay home, and then the opposing JV and freshman team would travel to your school, and your varsity would travel to their school, and then it would just be one judge judging everything. Or having a virtual competition is also another maybe way we could get around all these things. Yeah. So I think just a handful of schools are trying to figure out to see if this would work. CSL is planning on virtual meets for girls. No judge at each school, no traveling. That's the latest. So that's what the CSL is planning. I know District 211.
Still gonna take two judges though. It's gonna be two judges no matter what. So if you think that those things are gonna alleviate a judging issue, it's not going to.
I think it would make things a little bit easier because if we have a judge who is available but lives an hour and a half away, it might be easier for us to get maybe some of the southern coaches to judge some of the northern or more north meets, or maybe we can.
Either way, they would have to drive that distance, and you're still going to need two coaches. One, whether it be two judges in the same school or one judge at one school while the other one's at the other. It's still going to be two judges, and they're still going to have to drive that distance. I don't think that's going to alleviate those issues.
Okay.
What's going to alleviate the issues is exactly what Brandon and Greg had been talking about.
Isn't this year going to be a lot easier since there's going to be very few meets and no invitationals?
From what I heard, girls are still hosting invitationals.
Our boys, are they on the schedule?
I
haven't seen any.
I haven't seen anything, but I know at least at Conant, we were planning on still hosting all 3 of our invites, but each team is only allowed to bring, I believe it was 6 girls, plus like 2 coaches, I think, and we were just going to limit who could be in the gym at any given time. I think it might, I think the coaching, like if we split up the teams, it might alleviate some of the worry of having too many people in one room that I think some judges might have. I don't know. I haven't heard any judge voice their opinion on this, but I always believe that that might be an issue of somebody might be a little more willing if there was only going to be, if they're only going to encounter 20 people versus 50 people. I think that might make the decision a little bit easier. I don't know.
Can we have Josh talk a little bit about the virtual stars and the Zoom judging?
Yeah, Josh, I have a small section for Josh at the end.
Okay.
He has something that he wants to talk about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hey guys, really quick.
Yeah.
I'd like to mention or bring up, not to be a pessimist here, but if you think the concept of like judges judging your meet on Zoom is going to alleviate the fact that we don't have enough, I would say it's going to be chaos if we expect all of our meets to be judged over Zoom. You're going to be at your routines are going to be as much about who's filming it and where their angle is and avoiding interruptions and what are we going to do if there's a glitch. That, unless it's that one kid who can never hold their press, like maybe that kid's going to be helped out because it's going to pause in the middle of that. Otherwise, I wouldn't count on Zoom being like the solution to all this. We're still going to need people in those seats. To be honest, if it came down to someone judging my own team's meet or me just stepping in and do it, I would rather just sit down and do it live because I think I could do a better job than someone like doing Zoom. So I wouldn't use that as our fallback completely. Like, oh, we'll just deal with Zoom. It's not going to be the end-all be-all solution for us. It's more people. That's the solution.
Okay. Thank you, Brandon. Does anybody else have any opinions or thoughts on this subject currently?
Yeah, this is Keith. I think Brandon's right, but at the same time, I haven't thought through how I'll feel about going to another school and judge until this conversation. And, logically, the risk of exposure probably isn't much different from just going to the gym and coaching your own kids. You're surrounded by 30 kids that are exposed to 2,000 kids that are exposed to all their extended family. So going to another gym, it's probably about the same risk. But that's logically speaking. Emotionally speaking, I right now feel very nervous about the idea of going 2 or 3 times a week to someone else's gym. And if Zoom judging was a fallback, like if you're at, if Niles West has a meet and I'm there or Adrian's there, Brandon can judge his meets, great. That's option number one. But if it's schools that don't have a registered official, then, and they can't book a physical judge, I think falling back to a Zoom judge is like, I think we need to pave the way to make that a possibility. I would be much more willing, and just scheduling wise, it'd be much easier for me to do Zoom judging. And everyone would just have to accept, like, look, it's gonna suck. There's gonna be problems. It's not gonna be as good as a live judge, but, I'd be much, much more willing to do it. And if it was an option, it would probably be my exclusive option. I would be, you could call me at the last minute and I'll fill in. Maybe I end up judging 6 meets a week. But right now, I don't think I would be comfortable going to multiple schools over and over again.
In the case of a virtual meet, would it have to be live? Like, I would argue, like, because yeah, Brandon has a good point with like connection issues and all that jazz. So if we are getting to that point where that's our last resort, where we are having to film our gymnasts competing, do we necessarily have to have the judge on call right there, or can we have like film the routines, send them in, and then we can either send it to a specific judge, or if we want to just kind of like, I don't know, like share the wealth here, just like have like some sort of like common judging group, and then we could take a look at it, and like maybe like give the score and then say judged by da 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 da.
I think that's a really smart idea.
Hey, another idea to go along with what you just said is maybe even having, and I don't know if there's a cost to it, I'd be more than happy to, if it was me, to do it for free, just to promote our sport during this crazy year, is have 2 judges. If you were going live, if the numbers of people were there, to have 2 judges, in that way, if there's a connection issue, maybe one judge sees it, and that might be too much if we don't have enough judges as it is, but it's a thought.
One last thing to throw out there, like, I like all these ideas. Eric, or like everyone on the steering committee, we should probably or have a separate committee to kind of discuss some parameters here about how this is going to happen, though. And like, better to talk about it now than in March. Like, are judges going to be allowed to pause routines to look at something over again, or like use the timer to check times? Like, this isn't how we judge things. Like, we should probably have some kind of rules for judges as to how this might happen, and maybe we should start talking about that soonish.
To piggyback on Brandon, you guys also probably want to find out if athletic directors are going to allow this before we even start crossing that.
Yeah, or pay for it.
I mean, is the AD gonna pay for a judge who doesn't show up physically? I mean, if I'm just sitting there at home with my jacket on, I mean, are they gonna do that? And I mean, some ADs may not like it. I mean, it hasn't been approved through our association. Tracy hasn't talked about it as far as I know. So before we start having this conversation, we need to find out if it's even possible or allowed.
Do you guys want me to
call it from? Can I just jump in there right before Josh real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
This is Carlos from Lombard West. They actually approved the state meet for cheerleading using virtual, like all the way up to that point. So the IHSA has said that virtual meets are going to be allowed, and that's why they're going through that way with cheerleading, and I believe dance as well. So both of those are allowed. And I know Josh is about to get on too, but I did an inter squad with my girls before our season got stopped, and we did a live Zoom so that the parents could watch the meet. But then we individually just recorded all the routines on an iPad. So each routine basically had the same shot from where the judge would be sitting, and you would just record from there the whole time. So when we did it, the live Zoom is kind of what keeps you honest, opposed to, we know this is their first try at doing the routine, and that's the one that you record and you send in. So when you look at the scores come up, where it's like, yeah, he didn't fall 3 times, he only went up once. So the live Zoom keeps everybody honest, so you can see where it's going, and then you record one individual clip. That gets rid of the glitching, the interruptions, everything else, gets a nice clean shot. And then at that point, you're either emailing that out to the judge or whoever else you want at that time. But that's how we were planning on using it so far.
Yeah, And yeah, Bill made a great point in the comments. Yeah, there's a village in Florida where a lot of the retired coaches are living. You know, that would be a great resource for us to, you know, maybe we could convince a handful of them to come back to start judging if it's all online. If they don't have to travel, they don't have to make their way out here. You know, they could judge more. And I know there are a handful of coaches that maybe moved away, or you know, are no longer working in that same profession, or no longer working in teaching, and switched professions. That, you know, it would be easier for them to judge a meet. And maybe club coaches, you know, if their practice ends at 6:45, they can't get to a 7 o'clock meet. But if their practice ends at 6:45, they can hop on Zoom in 15 minutes and judge a meet. I think that opens up the availability for a handful of people. But yes, I agree with Brandon. Zoom is the best, like, last resort. I think that should be something that we are resorting to only if in dire emergencies. I think the traditional have a judge sitting in front of you and you get the score right away is the best way for this to happen. Okay, and then we are moving on. Judging training videos. Brandon Tucker made these training videos for us, which are awesome. And thank you for doing all of that. And it's a great resource so that you can practice at home, or maybe send to any potential judges who don't really know, or maybe too nervous to try. You can, give them this so they can get some extra practice at home. Yeah, back at all, I think the steering committee and the executive committee should get together and figure out a good way to standardize everything. I think with the location of the camera and everything, I feel like that will be based solely on what the judge feels, right? Because I think every judge likes a different angle. I know some judges like to be straight on, some judges like to be on a little more to the side, some judges like to be directly to the side. So I think the location of the camera would be solely up to the judge's discretion, where he or she feels that they would be best suited to judge the competition in the way that they like. We have the judging clinic coming up February 6th, held on Zoom, correct, Frank? Or Brandon?
Yeah. For now, that's a current plan. We don't anticipate that changing, but if we end up being in a good spot, it could end up potentially being a combination of on Zoom and in person.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes, we are unable to host. So yeah, we're no longer going to be hosting the second one. So yeah, there's only one, but yes, it will be all day. Usually lunch is provided, but we are not going to do that because we're not going to pay the Uber Eats charges. Okay, scrolling down, upcoming dates. 16th of November is, that was last week's. I
got it. 1 sec.
Okay.
Me and Ryan are switching it up.
Oh yeah. Okay. Today is the December 4th, and then the next two meetings were switched to Tuesday because I really don't think you guys are going to want to come into a Zoom meeting at night on your days off, because I believe the 18th and the 15th are Martin Luther King Day and President's Day. So just keep that in mind with coming up. We switched the next two association meetings to the Tuesday. They're all going to be on Zoom, but like Frank said, if things change drastically and things start getting, to be capable of doing in person, we might switch it to a hybrid kind of scenario of partially in person, but also making it available on Zoom. We have our rules interpretation updates. They're on the website. Frank will have a presentation in a moment to kind of go over those really quick. For the good of the membership and new business, Josh Levin just has a quick thing he wants to chat about. And if you could kind of take a few moments to talk about the virtual stars meet as well, that'd be awesome.
Sure. All right. Yeah. Thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. Right now, a conference called GymAct is really taking off in the collegiate world. NCAA still has 14 schools and GymAct is now at 11. And they are basically two separate conferences now that compete against each other, the GymAct conference and the NCAA conference. And they are ranked together too on a website called roadtonationals.com. And I do see GymAct as being more of possibly the future of collegiate gymnastics, and some of the teams, unfortunately, that are dropping are generally becoming GymAct after they dropped. And there's a whole lot of opportunities now for high school gymnasts to continue with gymnastics when they graduate. And in the Chicago area, there's UIC and Northern Illinois University. And basically, I would like to keep in contact with all the coaches if they have any seniors each year, if they could possibly email me or call me about their seniors that might be interested in continuing with gymnastics when they graduate. And our roster size is unlimited, so to me it doesn't matter how good the gymnast is. For me, that's important, but what matters is, are they a leader? Do they work hard? Do they love gymnastics? Are they a team player? And the kinds of kids that I have on the team now that are from high school gymnastics, they have all those qualities, and thanks to you guys as coaches for teaching that to them. But those are the kinds of kids that we are looking for on the Northern Illinois team. And if anybody has any seniors this year that's going to stick around in the Chicago area, because we are a co-op, so they don't have to go to Northern Illinois University. On paper, we're called Northern Illinois United. So as long as they're in 12 credits as a freshman and whenever, they are eligible to compete for Northern Illinois University. And if anyone has any seniors, I would just absolutely love to chat with you, or if you could send me an email of some contact information. We take some seniors out on like a recruiting trip, like out to dinner and out to see the campus and that kind of thing. So now's the time of year that we would do that. So if anybody has any seniors, please be in touch with me about that. And if anybody has any questions about that too, let me know.
So Josh, just to clarify, are all the programs in the GymAct like co-op style, like, or is that just at NIU?
I would say the majority are co-op style right now. So I'm not sure where UIC is at with that, but I think they are also starting to be a co-op team. And CJ, you were a UIC gymnast, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I live with Trent actually.
Yeah, and Trent's coaching with me over at Northern Illinois. And do you know, CJ, is UIC, are they a co-op?
I don't know if they are yet. I haven't. I missed Charlie at the last meeting.
Okay.
So I'm not sure.
I had heard that they're starting to do that as well. So, and almost every single one is a co-op team. even like some of the really strong ones like Arizona State, they have community colleges that some of the kids go to as well. That they don't all go to Arizona State. So that's how Gym Act has been operating so far.
Do we know where Northern Illinois and UIC are practicing? So that might make things easier if we have locations.
Yes. So Northern Illinois, they train at St. Charles Gymnastics and at Energym. So they have two training facilities. Energym is more on campus, and then St. Charles is about a half hour out. And Trent Jarrett and I run the practices.
If you haven't seen the promo video, they have a very good promo video on YouTube. I've seen it. Good job,
Thank
Josh.
you. Thank you.
Hey, Josh.
Yeah.
Just to jump in there.
Sure.
And what you're doing is great for these kids. And I know you have a couple of my former gymnasts on your team, and they just talk about the experience being outstanding.
Great.
Being able to go to big universities and compete like against college teams, it's an awesome experience for those guys. The only thing what's the cost like, Josh? Just out of curiosity, when I'm talking to my seniors about doing that, when they're thinking about college costs and things like that, how much is the club? I know you guys fundraise, but what are they looking out of pocket?
Sure. So there's so far there's one payment a year that they make. Freshmen pay, well, actually I do it first year. First year they pay $700, and this all goes towards hotels, travel, uniform, that kind of thing. So freshmen, they pay $700. Second year they pay $500. Third year is $300, and fourth year is $200. However, there is talk that I guess there's been some donations to Gym Act, and those donations are going to start going towards all the Gym Act teams. And if there is talk that we may not have to charge anything in the future, especially if we're getting some donations. So hopefully starting next year, maybe we won't have to charge anything at all.
Awesome. I mean, like I said, my guys have had, I mean, Joey talks about the experiences he had, and he loves it. So if you guys haven't had any guys on Josh's team or doing that, it's an option, because before it'd be, hey, you're a state finalist, but now your career's over because no Big Ten school is even going to take you. But now there's that option where they can actually continue their careers and still continue to, improve as athletes. So I really appreciate you doing that, Josh. And the information on theirs, I think that's so reasonable to be able to work out for 4 years, even if they're not funding it. So, but thanks for what you do. Like
Thank you very much. And Joey, by the way, he's really doing well. You should see some of his Pomorce lately. He's taking off.
Yeah, he's like, he talks about it like last year when he's our assistant, he was telling all the guys about it, and they just thought it was great. So thanks for doing that.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you. And should I talk a little bit about Virtual Stars as well?
Yeah, you could spend a few
Okay. So Virtual Stars is running meets. We're running a meet now. We're running contests and meets almost every weekend. And so far, if you look at some of our contests that we've ran on the website, you could see that over Zoom, they're just as exciting as being there live in a way. We have announcers and everything. Zoom, we would only do a dual meet. That's really, Zoom isn't really for 3 or 4 teams going against each other. But if in a dual situation, it would really work. And with announcers, it definitely works. And we can, basically it streams live to our website, the virtualstarsgymnastics.com. And then the scoring pops up live on the website as well. We also do pre-recorded meets, like CJ was talking about. You don't have to do it live over Zoom. You can upload the videos to the Virtual Stars website, and that's another option. It doesn't have to be a live option. It could be you upload all your videos to the website, and then by the next day or that night, the results will come out. And that option, it's not as exciting, but the judges can leave helpful comments on the videos, so it's just as helpful. I enjoy the pre-recorded meets just as much as the live Zoom options. But we're here to help. You don't have to go through Virtual Stars to do a Zoom meet or upload videos, but we're here to help if you want to, and I think it would be a good experience too. So if anybody has any questions about that too, let me know.
Josh, just to confirm, that's virtualstarsgymnastics.com?
Yes, yeah, virtualstarsgymnastics.com.
This is a link to the, Jason Orna sent the Virtual Stars playbook. Here's a link to how that would be run. And then Classroom was mentioning that, scores could easily be entered into a shared Google Doc or sheet just to make it easier. And so that way everybody gets access to it, and that, parents can see it right away and everything.
If you do go through Virtual Stars, it would be a whole lot easier that you wouldn't have to enter any scores. The scores just pop up automatically right onto the website, and it's the Zoom streams right off of the website too.
Okay, thank you, Josh. Do you have anything else you would like to add or anything?
I'm really looking forward to working with some coaches and possibly them sending me their seniors this year by email or giving me a call. That would be excellent.
Okay.
And I guess
if you have any of your boys that are looking for an extra, $100 and an excuse to go home to do laundry, and they would like to judge, I think that's probably a great resource for us. I know that, we're looking for judges, and if you have any guys that are maybe, and maybe you could say like, oh, $700 is too much to pay for freshmen. I know sometimes it is hard for them to come up with $700. They can judge 7 meets. That covers their whole coaching or their whole, membership fee. So yeah, I think that's a good idea. They can give back to the sport, and, I know a lot of coaches say if you learn to judge, you become a better gymnast, because then you know what they're looking for. And you can see all of the errors that you were probably making. You watch 700, or you watch a meet full of kids who don't point your toes, you're probably going to point your toes in the next meet. So yeah, anything else? Josh?
I think that's it. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Thanks for coming on. Thanks for all of your information, and thanks for everything you're doing with gymnastics right now. You're giving our kids an opportunity to, do something outside of this sport. And I wish that was something that was available to me after I graduated. But, better late than never. Okay. Any other news for the association? Mukai?
Yeah, so in September, any official who had been paid through Arbiter Sports Arbiter Pay would have gotten either an email or a mailed letter detailing how the platform was hacked, and their personal information had been leaked, including social security number, home address, phone number, full name, everything you would need to steal someone's identity. So I wrote up an analysis of what details they released. So for those of you who don't know me, my background is in tech. I've been a programmer for 20 plus years. And what little they shared was really concerning. So, and I kind of hesitate to bring this up because it potentially makes our lives even more complicated as it relates to getting officials. But I had them disable my account and delete all of my information. Like I will never put any of my information through their system ever again. And I strongly recommend that everyone else follow suit. And so if a conference is exclusively using them for compensation, then I just won't be able to judge in that conference. If I'm selected to judge the state meet, and I think IHSA has used arbiter pay in the previous seasons, if they aren't willing to accommodate a different payment system, then I'll have to decline the honor of judging the state meet. Just the mistakes they made were just completely ridiculous. I'll paste in the article I wrote so you can read through it yourself. It's probably a little more techie than you want, but it just lays out like yeah, everyone gets hacked, right? Like this, every company is going to be vulnerable. They're all going to like have problems. But the things they screwed up are just unforgivable. And they can't be trusted. So, you know, like I said, I know this makes everything more complicated, but it would help if maybe the conference reps could check in with their conferences and, you know, verify whether or not there are alternatives to arbiter pay for officials. Check in with the IHSA if there are alternatives, and at least let me know, because my choice is made. I will never accept payment through arbiter pay or arbiter sports ever again. And like I said, I strongly encourage every other official to take the same action. And you know, I'm sorry that this makes everything more difficult with getting officials staffed up, but this is a problem they caused, and the consequences are just not like those risks just aren't worth taking for your own, you know, finances and personal wealth.
To piggyback on what Keith said, I really think that our association needs to send a strongly worded letter to Tracy and the IHSA, because I know that they're very strong on that platform. Also talking to my athletic director as well as other conferences I'm going to sign for, they love arbiter pay. They don't want to go back. So it's something that's very easy for ADs to use. They like being able to click and assign and not handle cash and write checks. And what I've been told from other athletic directors who I'm going to assign, they all want to use arbiter, despite what happened here. So unless we have a voice, I mean, I could say things and we could say things to our ADs, but I really think our association needs to take that information and present that to Tracy, because from the top down, if the IHSA says we're not going to use it anymore, it then lends credibility to go after athletic directors in specific conferences. Because I can tell you right now, they love it because it's easy.
Yeah, if we get to the point where the IHSA is, you know, willing to listen, you know, I certainly encourage you to share my write-up with them. I'd be happy to jump on a call with them, with Tracy, if she has questions, walk her through, you know, what they revealed in their letter about the nature of the hack, and just kind of talk through the things that I wrote up. But it's like basic security 101 kind of stuff. You know, it's like, hey, we built a house, but we forgot to put deadbolt locks on the doors. Sorry.
And Keith, I don't mean to interrupt you. And I read all the stuff you had, and I was on that account, and I had to get like identity protection and all that. And it was a pain in the butt. I mean, I had to check that stuff. But we can talk about this all we want in this group, and we can all agree on it. But I'm gonna basically say that the association should and must write a letter to Tracy about arbiter pay.
I think that's something that the association can work on or the steering committee can work on at our next meeting. Mukai, and Greg, maybe we can kind of fill you guys in or loop you into that section of things, because you talk about tech and I know nothing about it. Like, all that stuff goes way over my head. So I think maybe having somebody with your expertise and Greg with you as an assigner, I think that would be good to have you guys help us out with all of that. Do others, yeah, June just said, do other sports have the same concern with arbiter pay? Do we know other sports are doing it, or is anybody else?
I brought up to my athletic director, he had heard nothing, but we haven't really had a lot of officials this year because football's been canceled. But from what I understand, arbiter also does NCAA officials as well.
At some point, there was a press release that the NCAA actually, I think they made a majority investment in arbiter sports. So the NCAA might own arbiter sports. So they may be locked in pretty hard at the NCAA official level.
Yeah, and Keith, what you said, absolutely. You're the tech guy, and I read most of I understood part of it. It just seems like there's negligence, but unless we do something about it, and that's the reason the steering committee needs to talk about that, and there needs to be a letter worded, because unless they know about it, because a lot of people, you mention it, and they just have no clue. But I can tell you right now, the high school athletic directors love it. And it's going to be, you need to do something to push them off that platform. And I think that needs to come from the IHSA down to the ADs.
I mean, is there,
yeah,
I mean, Keith, I can kind of anticipate, you know, what your response or perspective is, but is there no confidence, I suppose, that arbiter has, you know, and I know, again, Keith, like your perspective, I mean, the error they made is pretty egregious, and, you know, they basically violated a common sense, right, protocol in terms of protecting data. But is there no confidence at all that they have the ability to rectify that and protect people's information in the future?
I mean, one of the things that I included in that article was, I think it was about 5 years ago, they were emailing user passwords back to them. And, you know, so like, which is also just a horrible crime against security, which people have known pretty well for the last 20 years. So 5 years ago, they had a horrible security policy, which they did fix, but then fast forward to the present, and we learn about even more security lapses. So at this point, there's a track record. There's I don't want to call it a culture, but there's clearly a lack of technical competence. There's a lack of best practices, of the necessary security policies. And again, if it was, you know, if they were like meat score, right? Like, okay, who cares, right? The meat score passwords are totally insecure because they don't matter, right? All the information in there is public. But I mean, literally your social security number, that's like essentially the one biggest piece of information that you have to secure on any financial platform. And they blew it. And the nature of that site where they need that financial information, including possibly your bank, right? If you do the auto deposit option, like it's just way too many roads too far. Like you can, you know, wake up tomorrow and have your accounts cleared out. Like I want to support boys gymnastics, but I'm not willing to, you know, put my checking account at risk and my credit score at risk, just to keep using a platform that is, you know, locked in with ADs. And so that like, that's why I feel bad about this, but like, I'm just drawing a hard line. Like if, and I'm sure Greg is 1,000% right. If every, like, you know, the worst case scenario, if the IHSA is totally standing firm with them, if every AD is standing firm with them and that's the only option, then I just won't judge ever again. And that totally sucks. But I just can't make that, I just can't expose myself to that kind of risk. And, you know, different people will make different evaluations. You know, maybe people will say I'm being histrionic about it. But I think they have a track record, and yeah, and that's all I can say about it.
Keith, any other new business or for the membership? Steering committee.
Share that document that Blaze made.
Oh, yeah, we could do that. Are you gonna screen share or are you gonna?
Yeah,
Frank, you-
I had
Frank,
to
you-
change to my Chromebook so that I could run class off of my computer. So can you re-add me, please?
Oh, sorry.
Frank, do you want me to stop sharing?
Frank can do off
Yeah, please.
when he does it. While you're getting this set up, one of the other things we are imploring as a steering committee is to help support Ed Gombos in any way that you can. If you can, we would like it, and we thought it might be a good idea for everybody to buy the Ed Gombos shirt and give them out to your teams, and maybe wear that as at the first meet instead of potentially a team shirt. Because as we all know, Ed Gombos has been around and helping out for years and years and years. And, he knows everything that's going on, and he's always been a great, supporter of our sport. And in this time, he is being hit like really, really hard. So if you guys can, just kind of go through that, I think that would be extremely helpful. I think we're going to be pushing this more and more as the year goes on. Okay, Frank, you're up.
All right, and is the screen sharing working? Am I okay? Can you hear me?
You turned it off.
Yeah, yeah.
You stopped screen sharing.
I understand that.
Sorry.
I asked if you could hear me, and I didn't get a response.
Oh, I forgot I muted myself.
Okay. All right, so it's good?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So this is a document that Blaze generated, and I hope he doesn't mind getting credit for that. Sorry. But just looking at trying to help people with the officiating registration process. So it just is a sheet that tells you what needs to be done to register as an official. And from how to start the application process up there at the top, and then the other requirements that you need, as it says, right? Passing the concussion exam, looking at the rules video, passing the annual judge's exam, the registration fee, and then talking about the resources that you need for officiating and where to find them. And then, referencing myself and Doug as resources for anyone who has questions. So I'll share that with you so you could put that in the minutes. But again, just looking for, it was put together to try to make understanding how to register as an official a little bit easier.
There we go. Okay, thank you, Frank. I think any step or anything that we could make to becoming a judge easier is a good thing. Do we have any other new information, or for good of the CJ? Can you re-screen share?
Yeah, give me 1 second. Yeah, also guys, just for attendance sake, if your name in Zoom is different than your name that you want me to take down for attendance, please let me know. This is who I've got here so far. So
It's Sam Zeman. Not at the bottom there.
what was that?
Sam Zeman.
How am I spelling that?
Zeman. Correct? Okay. So any other new business or for the good of the association? No? Call to adjourn the meeting?
Hold on, Eric, one thing.
Oh, sorry. Howie?
That's okay. Got a quick question. Maybe the association needs to do a condolence card or something for Bob Todd.
Oh, yes. I'm not sure who that is. If you want to maybe take 30 seconds to kind of give us a quick overview.
He was a head boys coach at Elgin at Larkin High School for many, many years till they dropped the program there. He ran gymnastics. He coached boys and girls for decades until his program was pretty much eliminated. But he was a pretty active coach at one time, especially 1980s, 1990s. And, I guess he passed away a couple days ago.
Okay.
Howie, what was that name again?
His name, Bob Todd.
Todd?
Todd, T-O-D-D.
There you go. Okay. Thank you, Howie. Yeah, I'll have a quick session with the steering committee and we can come up with something. Flowers or a card or something.
Yeah, I'm sure a card or just a nice letter kind of thing. I don't, whatever they decide is just, he did a lot at one time. He was pretty active and he's a good guy.
Okay, thank you. So do we have any other new information or for the good association? No? Call to adjourn? Need somebody to second.
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay. Meeting is adjourned at 10:06. Next, we are going to be doing a quick the rules updates and interpretations. Frank, would you like to take that away? Frank?
Frank said he's teaching class.
Yeah, Frank might be he's at school right now, so he might.
I'm okay. I need to be able to share my screen though.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. Brian, back it all. Thank you guys. And stop.
Yeah. Okay.
Good. Okay. So what we're going to do is talk about essentially the clarifications that were made last year, just as reminders, since we only had 1 or 2 meets worth of experience with those, and then also address the 2 new rules that we ended up having that were voted on last season. Okay, so let me go into present mode. All right, and so I'll start with 3 clarifications. Again, this is from last year, right? There was this update that compression sleeves cannot be worn during competition. So the 2 examples there, right, are examples that cannot be worn, right? So compression sleeves are allowed to be worn on a joint, but must be considered as joint support and may not extend more than halfway down the forearm or the leg in that sense, right? Guys can still wear like wrist sweatbands on their biceps for parallel bars. That's not an issue. But there was I guess USAG was seeing a trend toward, guys wearing these compression sleeves for, I guess, style purposes, if you will. And so that's kind of what their perspective was, to try to avoid that. Okay.
Hey, Frank, if someone
Yeah.
has tape in that area, that's okay though, right? Like if they have their shins taped or anything like that, that's okay.
Right. Yeah, that's not a problem. Again, hang on, the bell is ringing. The point there is that you have again, you had people who were wearing it just because
it looks super sweet.
Yeah, they wanted some flair, if you will, and they want it to be for a purpose. So if it's supporting a joint and it's around your joint, that's okay. All right, next one kind of was an update to the definitions of execution errors, which I think is probably good. It's going to lead to a little bit less, I guess, harshness, if you will, in deductions. But you can see the definitions there: slight bending, strong bending, extreme bending, and then those were updated with angular deviations. So a slight bend. And it, up top, it tells you arms, legs, or body, right? That's not to say, right, like, for example, this doesn't apply to the angle of a back uprise cross, right? That definition isn't changed. So 0 to 45 is a 1/10 or a small. 45 to 90 is a medium, and then over 90 would be a large deduction. Okay. And then one other clarification was, there was a little bit of, I won't say confusion, but it was a little unclear, I guess, what the expectation was for the front uprise. So a height requirement for the front uprise is when the angle between the shoulder and the hips is at least horizontal, was kind of the wording. And you kind of see the picture there. And so another way to consider this would be that the height requirement is the back horizontal or parallel with the bars or ground. So some people were, envisioning this, front uprise where an individual's legs or feet are, approaching the ceiling, but it's not really that. The goal is to not have guys finishing their front uprise with their legs below the bar. Okay, and then this was voted on last year to remove Rule 2A, 2D from our book, which says that floor exercise dismounts will not receive a bonus. if they're a B value, but we voted to get rid of that. So all B value dismounts on floor will again receive stick bonus as they did in prior years. All right, and then reviewing this freshman compulsory floor exercise. Right, previously, a gymnast on the freshman level would have to complete both back handsprings to get credit for the salto, but that is no longer a requirement, right? So they can go directly from number 10 to specified bonus number 5 without performing specified bonus number 4. So again, they don't have to complete both back handsprings in order to be allowed to perform the backflip. All right, and then another clarification.
Frank,
Yep, go ahead.
Before you leave that freshman, just to more specifically clarify, an athlete does round off flip-flop back, their bonus is what?
So if they do round off flip-flop back, well, flip-flop, flip-flop is part of number 10, right? That's how the routine would end, but they can do number 4 is an additional flip-flop for 4/10 bonus, and then number 5 is the back tuck for an additional 4/10 bonus. So if they did round off flip-flop back, they're not doing specified bonus number 4, they're only doing specified bonus number 5, so they would get 4/10 bonus.
Wait a minute, say that again.
They would get 4/10 bonus instead of 8/10. So if they do round off flip flop back, they get 8/10.
Yeah.
But we eliminated it by saying you don't have to do the second flip flop.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that was clear. They if a guy does a round off flip flop back, you don't give him 8/10 bonus.
No,
You just give him the 4. Yeah. I just want to make sure that was clarified out there.
Okay. Thank you, Blaze.
All right, and then we, this is a review again. We kind of updated the deductions for scissors, right? So leading foot above the shoulder line, there would be no amplitude deduction. If the leading foot is between the shoulder and horizontal, it's only a small deduction. And then if the leading foot is below horizontal, then that would be a medium deduction. All right, so
Frank, that's for lag cuts too.
Say that again. That's what?
That's for leg cuts too.
Yes.
That's an important point.
Yeah. Is that just a quick clarification? So if a gymnast is doing a front pickup and on the front pickup you don't want the high pendulum swing, you want the long stretched out swing, or even back pickup, is the deduction still held there?
No.
Okay.
No. Because you're doing a circular.
Okay.
Instead of a pendulum.
Okay, so that's considered a circular swing and not a pendulum swing. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Good?
Yep.
Okay, and then the last update was another rule change that was voted on last year. and that is the idea that 2 of these P-bar skills that are listed in Rule 2D5E can be used. So if a gymnast wanted to do previously, like he could do a V or he could do a plunge, legs together plunge, he could only do one of those, for example. Now he could do both of those in the routine and get value for both. So any of these skills here, legs together plunge, V, legs together plunge on one bar, any mana or any swallow or Maltese, a gymnast can do 2 of those. Now, just want to make sure it's clear, right? You couldn't do 2 Vs, right? The repetition rule still applies. But you could do 2 different skills from this list and get credit for both.
Okay. Is that it?
Yeah, Doug, anything else that you would like to add?
Not that list. I was just going to make a comment that that everyone, of course, should take a good look at the rules interpretations, A list, as well as regular interpretations, and so that everybody's aware. Each year, the Rules Committee, which we are currently in the process of doing, double checks that those lists, and we go through it and look for things that can be worded better, things that can be combined, JO additions, things like that. So we're in the process of doing that. So there could be some, usually typically minor changes that might happen between now and the beginning of season.
Okay, thank you, Doug. Yeah, so the Rules Committee, we will get, I got that email yesterday, I believe, from you, and I'll work on that. Okay, moving on. Thank you, Frank, for filling that. Moving on, we'll be moving on to our first presentation. I know you guys are sick and tired of hearing my voice, so I will give the voice to a separate Harima. So yeah, take it away, Emily.
Okay, let me share my screen. Give me just a sec. Okay, can everybody see? Hold on, it's loading, but can everybody see?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so hi, my name is Emily Harima. I'm going to be talking about nutrition for gymnastics today. Just a little background on me. I got my Bachelor's of Science in Biomedical Science with an emphasis in nutrition from Grand Valley State University. And then I recently graduated from Loma Linda University with my Master's in Public Health, the coordinated program in dietetics. So just an overview of what I'm going to be discussing today. I'm going to be talking about the macronutrient needs for your athletes, good snack ideas before, during, and after exercise, meals, hydration needs, and then some tips and recommendations for eating out. So gymnastics is considered a strength and power sport. So when you're studying nutrition, sports is broken up into 3 categories: strength and power, endurance, and then team sports. And so when I'm going over these recommendations, it's because gymnastics is a strength and power sport. So these recommendations might not necessarily be correct for other sports. So why is proper nutrition important for your athletes? Well, it can improve their athletic performance, it can improve their recovery time, and then it can also help them avoid injury. And it can help decrease the time that it takes for them to recover from that injury as well. And these nutrition recommendations, the goal for them is for them to reach peak performance. The goal is not weight loss or weight gain. It's just in order for them to perform and for them to have energy to last all throughout their training session. Okay, so carbohydrates is going to be the first of the three macronutrients we're going to be talking about. So there's carbohydrates, protein, and fat. So for regular physical activity, you want your athletes to be getting 55 to 65% of their calories from carbohydrates. So this will typically be about 6 to 10 grams per kilogram for your athletes. Adequate carbohydrate intake is important because it spares muscle mass and prevents muscle breakdown, especially because gymnastics is a power sport. You're going to be having a lot of stress on your muscles, and you want to make sure that the energy that your athletes are using is coming from carbohydrates during their training session. You don't want them to get to the point where all their carbohydrate reserves are broken down, because then the next is going to be protein. And when you're using protein as an energy source, it's going to be coming from your athlete's muscles. So you want their carb intake to be enough energy so that it lasts them until their fat stores can be utilized. And it takes about an hour for fat stores to really start going for your athletes. So you want to make sure that your athletes have enough carbs to last them. And then again, a low carbohydrate diet rapidly compromise energy reserves during their regular training. So not only do you not want them to be breaking down their muscle stores for energy, protein is not as readily available as an energy source. So it's going to be more difficult, like mentally and kind of physically, for your athletes to be putting out the same amount of energy, to putting in the same effort when they don't have those adequate carb energy reserves. So when I'm talking about your athletes eating carbohydrates, I'm not talking about simple carbohydrates, which is like white bread, potatoes, chips, sodas, or other sugar sweetened beverages. You want to focus your athletes on complex carbohydrates. So these are going to be whole wheat breads, whole fruits, beans, and legumes. Not only do these complex carbohydrates better meet their needs, eating complex carbohydrates also helps them meet their protein needs. So athletes do have increased protein needs, and eating complex carbohydrates is a great way to help meet them. The next macronutrient I'm going to be talking about is protein. So protein needs for your athlete is going to be 1.4 to 2.0 grams per kilogram per day. So this is going to be about 20 to 30% of their intake should be coming from protein. Protein is important, obviously, because it's the building blocks for muscles and bone for your athletes. However, it also helps with other things like fluid balance, enzyme, hormones. It has to do with a ton of body functions. And then also for your athletes, protein breakdown accelerates during exercise, especially as carbohydrate reserves deplete. No matter what, you are going to be having some protein breakdown, some muscle breakdown during your exercise. So you just want to make sure you have adequate protein intake to be able to recuperate, your athletes to be able to recuperate from that. And then benefits for protein are not really seen from a protein intake that's greater than 2 grams per kilogram. So for the average healthy adult, the recommended protein intake is 0.8 to 1.0 grams per kilogram per day. And so we're already asking your athletes to double that, and there really isn't much benefit from seeing much more of that. At the end of the day, protein is energy. And so when you're intaking just a ton of protein, it's just going to be end up turning into fat in your body, and that's not, excess fat is not really what your athletes need. So when you're eating protein, you want to make sure you focus on lean and vegetable proteins. Red and processed meats are really high in saturated fat, which are not needed for your athlete. And then vegetable proteins are a really good source of fiber, so it can keep your athlete full throughout the day, try and prevent them from unhealthy snacking. And then fat is the last macronutrient we're going to talk about. So for fats, it should be about 2 grams per kilogram per day, and definitely less than 30% of their total intake. You don't really need to have your athletes focusing on, okay, you need to make sure you eat your fats. Fats are typically from cooking food already. They're going to be there. And then a lot of your protein foods will also have fat in there. So that should be more than enough fat for your athletes. And then why are fats important? Well, fats are necessary to obtain essential fatty acids and fat-soluble vitamins. Fats play a lot of important roles in body functions, and significant reduction in dietary fat can compromise your athlete's exercise performance. So for example, your red blood cells are made up of all fat, and that's what, you know, can bring nutrients and oxygen throughout your body. And this is not as easy for your body to do when you have a very low fat intake. So just overall, it's important to have adequate amounts of each macronutrient so that energy needs can be readily met throughout exercise and recovery.
Hey, Emily, quick question for you.
Yeah.
I know that you're using the grams per kilogram to tell us how much we should be intaking, et cetera, or not us, but our athletes, probably us too. But could you also kind of give us, because some of us may not fully understand the grams per kilogram, so in layman's terms, what kind of serving size that is, or like an example of that particular portion?
Yeah, so it's kind of more based on like how much you weigh. So I put it kind of this way because you're gonna have, I'm sure you have athletes that weigh like a little more than 100 pounds, and then you're gonna have athletes like for high school, there's that such a wide range. So it's more based on, you can kind of go off of your weight. So I guess each kilogram is like a little bit more than 2 pounds. So you'd wanna be eating like that many grams of protein kind of like times your weight. So you would just take your weight, divide it by 2.2, and then times it, I don't know if this is too confusing, and then times it by whatever the grams of protein is. So you would want to have like 1.5-ish grams of protein, and then kind of times your weight when it's divided by 2.2. I can put that in here, and I can like put it in the notes later to kind of help.
Thank you.
Yeah, just because I don't want to say like, okay, like 2 servings of protein at every meal, because that might not necessarily translate for all of your athletes, because in high school, I know there's such a wide range from how much that they should be eating. But then also just like percentages. So like 20 to 30% of their meal should kind of be coming from protein. So there's kind of like both of those. Yeah.
I just wanted like clarification, because I have a good general understanding of that, but there might be a good handful of us in here that has no idea what that means. So, but
yeah,
thank you.
no, that's a great, yeah. I mean, I feel like, yeah, it would be more simple for me to put it in like serving sizes, but that would not be, I don't want to be having some of your athletes like forcing themselves to eat and like eating way too much protein and then gaining weight, because that's not going to help them with their performance either. It should kind of be tailored to each individual athlete. Okay, but great question. Yes, I'll make sure to include some of the additional information.
Thank you.
Like a calculator of input your weight here, and like just an equation, have a pre-made equation.
Yeah, yeah, I can do that. I'm sure there's websites that have it too. I'll make sure that I have at the end, I'll make sure I link stuff. I can do that. Okay, all right. So before exercising, you do not want your athletes kind of going into training on an completely, like empty and fasted state. So you'd want your athlete eating about a 200 calorie snack 1 to 2 hours before training. You don't want them eating right before practice. So preferably 1 to 2 hours. This is especially important for your athletes where they have like the first lunch period where they're going, like 5 hours without eating. So for a pre-exercise snack, you're going to want them to be eating something that's low in fat, about 5 to 10 grams of protein, and then the rest of it just carbs. This is just to make sure their blood sugar is where they need to be, that they're not in a fasted state, that their body is, burning energy. And that they have enough protein to kind of support like the muscle breakdown that's going to be happening during exercise. You want to minimize fat before exercise because that greatly decreases the amount that they're going to, the rate of like digestion. So they're more likely to still feel like full, and fat's not the energy that they're going to be breaking down typically that they need readily right in the beginning of exercise. So some good examples, I tried to tier it towards things that they could kind of get from the cafeteria or something that could easily just be thrown in their backpack. You could do a low-fat yogurt, preferably one that's like unflavored, and then they could add their own fresh fruit, but obviously one that's already sweetened and has some fruit in there works just as well. They could do almond and pretzel, so they have that protein and carb. Banana and string cheese, again, a protein and a carb, and then tuna and some crackers, just as some ideas, things that they can eat real quick. So for during exercise, it is recommended to have carbs during trainings or events that are lasting longer than like 60 to 90 minutes, especially if they're pretty intense. They suggest about like 30 grams of carbs per hour. So this would be like a banana or an apple, half a cup of dried fruit. This is just to keep their energy going throughout their workout. And you want to encourage your athletes to be bringing snacks rather than relying on concession stands. You do not want your athletes to be eating fatty foods during exercise that will not be beneficial to them. It'll make them feel more lethargic, more full, and that's not how you get peak performance. Some good snack examples for during exercise would be whole fruit, granola, energy bars, some fig bars, dried fruit, or like half a bagel with jelly. The amount that your athlete can actually eat is pretty dependent on them. So you might have some athletes that really can't eat during exercise. That'll make them feel nauseous or sick. So this might not be for them. But if you have some athletes that are really putting in a lot of energy during their workout, this could be really beneficial so that they can keep their energy up all throughout their training session, especially when you have like long gymnastics meets when they're going to be needing to perform hours in between. They should be eating something, but try and keep it to just carbohydrates so that they don't feel full. Carbohydrate is the easiest for your body to digest, so it's what's best for your athletes during workout. So for after exercising, recovery is really important. Again, gymnastics is a power and strength sport, so that's a lot of stress on their muscles. So you want to give them a recovery drink or snack, and you'd want the ratio to be about a 4-to-1 ratio between carbs and protein after training. So again, your body has energy to recuperate, but it also has protein, which is the building blocks to do so. You want to make sure your athlete is eating within 30 to 60 minutes after their workout in order for optimal benefit. So if you have an athlete that's just going to be going home and directly eating dinner, then that's fine too. They don't really need to have an after workout snack if they're going to be eating dinner. But I know a lot of times like away meets, there's going to be a lot of time where you're not eating before you can go home and eat and things like that. So you want your athlete to kind of have something like a protein shake, smoothie, chocolate milk, peanut butter and jelly sandwich, just something to last them until they're able to get home and eat dinner. So hydration needs for your athlete, just a general minimum, they should be having at least 2.2 liters per day. However, hydration needs are really based on the individual. I'm sure, as you know, when you'll see all your athletes doing the same exact workouts, some are going to just get drenched in sweat right away, and then some of them are just going to not be sweating at all. So those who, if you have athletes that are sweating pretty heavily, their fluid needs are going to be way higher than those that don't sweat too much. I don't know if this is TMI for coaches, but urine color should be clear or pale yellow for your athletes. That's just a quick way to check on an individual level if your athlete is hydrated enough. And thirst is a poor indicator for hydration during exercise. So you're going to need to be reminding your athletes to be drinking water. If they say they're not thirsty, well, during exercise, you're losing water at a rate that your thirst receptors can't meet. Your thirst receptors are typically for like when you're sitting down doing nothing, kind of just randomly or regularly going about your day. They cannot act quick enough to match your needs during exercise. So as far as hydration goes, your athletes might need reminders because they're not going to be feeling thirsty during exercise. You're going to have to be telling them to keep drinking during exercise. It's not unreasonable for your athlete to be finishing a whole water bottle within an hour or two That's not unreasonable to ask for a coach. You just don't want them to be drinking so much water that they feel full and gross, but you do want to make sure that they're hydrated. And then your athletes might need to replenish their electrolytes as well. So this can be done through a sports drink or salty food. This typically comes from exercise that's longer than 60 minutes, or if you have athletes that sweat a lot. Sweat isn't just water, it's also electrolytes and salts. So if you have an athlete that's complaining of muscle cramps and they're feeling faint, this could be due to low electrolytes. So they might just need a sports drink or a salty food with some water, and that should kind of help them. But yeah, so if your athletes are working out for an extended amount of time, they may need to replenish their electrolytes as well as water. So some meal ideas for your athletes. Your athletes should be having frequent meals every day, every 3 to 4 hours. Not only are they teenage boys, but they're athletes as well, and that is going to increase the amount of calories that they need. So they should be eating every 3 to 4 hours, not just 1 to 2 big meals per day. Studies have shown athletes that eat breakfast perform better. So even if they're eating the same amount of calories, but they just eat 2 meals per day, athletes that eat throughout the day perform much better than athletes that just kind of load up on 1 to 2 meals per day. You'd want to make sure your meals are well balanced. So you want to make sure that you have a carb, a protein, and a fat kind of with every meal, just so that it's easy for your athletes to be meeting their needs. So for breakfast, they could do a low-fat yogurt with granola and strawberries. If they wanted to add more protein to this, they could add some nuts and seeds on top. For lunch, they could do a tuna salad wrap with hummus, veggies, and a side salad. So again, they're getting protein from the tuna and from the wrap and the hummus. They're getting their carbs from the wrap and the veggies. And then it's good that they have the vegetables in order to keep them full and keep them from eating less desirable foods. And then for dinner, they could do a whole wheat pasta salad with chicken and almonds. So both the chicken and almonds, great protein and fat. And then the carbohydrate from the pasta. And then you can see this pasta salad has a lot of vegetables in it. You can see the peas and the onions. So it's a well-rounded meal. Some more meal examples. For breakfast, they could do a whole wheat bagel and then with some almond butter and unsweetened soy milk. So almond butter and soy milk for the protein, as well as some protein from the whole wheat bagel, and then the carbs from the bagel, and then some fat from the almond butter. And then you could do for lunch a turkey sandwich with avocado on whole wheat with low-fat yogurt and an apple. So protein from both the turkey and the yogurt, healthy fats from the avocado and an apple. And then for dinner, they could do a baked salmon with steamed broccoli and brown rice. So healthy fats from the salmon, they can feel full and added nutrition from the broccoli, and then proper carbs from the brown rice. And then finally, I'm going to go over eating out. So here are some popular places that your students are probably eating at. So for Chipotle, you want to encourage your athletes to choose the salad option. The salad option offers more greens, but it can still be just as satisfying as the burrito bowl because you can add rice and everything to it just like a burrito bowl. So you want to make sure you're including chicken or barbacoa as your protein source, beans, brown rice, and all the vegetable options you can. And then encourage your athletes to skip out on the queso, sour cream. Those are really high in like the unhealthy fats, not really what your athlete needs. And then white rice, chips, and sodas, just rich in the unhealthy carbohydrates, also not what your athlete needs. And then for Panera, your athletes, they can swap out the regular bread for whole wheat bread, and then make sure that they're choosing dressings that are less than 7 grams of saturated fat. So what you want to encourage your athletes to include is whole wheat, choose fruit as their sides, and then typically the vinaigrette dressings, you should have them kind of stay away from the ranch and the Caesar. And then skip out on the pastries and sugar sweetened beverages. They don't need those on a regular basis. The only time they should ever really be having a sugar sweetened beverage is like during their workout to kind of help replace their electrolytes or carbohydrates if they need. So for breakfast, some ideas would be the avocado, egg white, and spinach on a sprouted grain flat, or the chipotle chicken, scrambled egg, and avocado wrap. For dinner, some great options would be the spicy Thai salad with chicken, or the Asian sesame salad with chicken, or they could do the turkey and then again replace with whole wheat bread, or the Mediterranean veggie on whole wheat bread. For Jimmy John's, it's really not the best option for your athletes because there really aren't any healthy sides. The only sides that they offer at Jimmy John's is a pickle, cookies, or potato chips, all of which your athlete should kind of avoid. So you'd want your athlete to swap the French bread for whole wheat bread. Jimmy John's does have a whole wheat bread option, and then for them to pick through sandwiches 1 through 4. Make sure they include all the vegetable toppings, lettuce, tomato, and then skip out on the meats like the salami, capicola, the bacon, chips, ranch, and mayo, all high in saturated fats, things that your athlete doesn't need. Okay, and then this is a quick YouTube video. I'm not going to try and get it to play because technical difficulties. I'm not very tech savvy. But it's just a quick 2-minute video on what does the diet of an Olympic athlete look like. And so it's a dietitian for Olympic athletes, and she just talks about, breaks down like a meal plan for a shot putter, a female gymnast, and a cyclist, and how their nutrition needs differ based on what their specific sport is. And then here are my sources, and does anybody have any questions? I think someone messaged.
Yes, I have a question.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on the these new like branched amino drinks like Bang and the new ones coming out? Like I see a lot of my athletes. I coach cheerleading as well.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts on that for a younger athlete?
Well, so the problem with a lot of these drinks are if your athletes are drinking them late in the day, which is when they'll be working out, they're going to that's a lot of caffeine for someone to be intaking that late at night. Chances are it's going to be impacting their ability to sleep. And if your athletes aren't getting adequate sleep, that's pretty detrimental for them. Okay. Not a huge fan of these athletic drinks. Caffeine can improve your athletic performance. If they are going to be drinking them, they should be drinking them way earlier in the day. And at least if it's the Bang, it's better than like Red Bulls because those are like added in a lot of like added sugars. Yeah. So it is like a better option than if they had one that was really high in added sugars. But your athletes don't really need all of that protein from the Bang, like the Bang and all that. It's because they're super high in caffeine, all of that, not really necessary for your athletes. If they did really want some caffeine.
Creatine in them, right?
Yeah, creatine and the BCAAs and kind of bench all that. And I'm sure it has a little sugar, but not as like you were saying, not as much as Red Bull or the Monsters and everything. But it's more of the healthy side of it. So I just wonder if it can be too much for them because obviously they have energy already.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So as far as sports nutrition on like a dietitian level, the only things that has been studied enough for power and strength athletes that they can say for sure work and are worth it is carbohydrates, so adequate carbohydrates, and then like caffeine. Those are the 2 things that can improve your athlete's performance. So like creatine and all of that, and the BCAAs, it's a lot better rather than getting their BCAAs from a drink. It's better to be getting it from just a regular food.
Yeah,
so and then also caffeine is really great at curbing your athlete's appetite. So you also don't want that either. You want to make sure your athletes are eating readily. I mean, I'm sure that's not as much of a problem with like male gymnasts, but for other athletes, especially like for cheerleading and stuff like that, when there is more of that pressure to stay thin, you don't want them having high intakes of caffeine because it can really curb their appetite. You don't want them skipping lunch and things like that before they go into their workout.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anything else?
Do we have any other questions or anything anybody want to ask? If not, thank you, Emily. Thanks for helping out. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Emily.
Yeah,
Great
I
information.
will.
Thank you.
Yeah, I will add that calculator to kind of go from your weight into your protein needs. I'll make sure I do that. Let me stop sharing.
Okay. Yeah, and then Emily, if you could send that to me, and then I will send that out all to the whole.
Yes. And if you have any questions for me that come up later, you know how to reach Coach Rima, and so you know how to reach me. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for coming.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay. So we are running a little bit behind schedule. Let me check. Yeah, because we have we're going to be going on lunch at 11:30. So yeah, currently we are only about 20 minutes behind schedule. So our next presentation is going to be Jason Brandenburg is here. Me, CJ, and Jason, we're going to go over a quick presentation to the association. This is especially for the coaches who, might not be coaching girls, might not be coaching in the club, who really have not been in the gym too much recently. We're just going to go over some quick things that the Girls Association has been, or that we've been doing, kind of like coaching with the girls and coaching in the clubs. So starting off, we would like to keep expectation or focus on the expectations outside of the gym, because there are a lot of issues that can come out from stuff going on in the outside world. Everybody knows what's going on. So we have a lot of these kids who are running around outside, and we can't control what they are doing outside of the gym. But I think if we set our expectations high for how they will be dealing with things, I think you can help curb some of the issues that goes about from that. Some suggestions we've had was make kids sign a contract or add it to your handbook or contract of, say, that they will avoid large group gatherings whenever possible and avoid all the high school parties that are not supposed to be happening, but we all know are. And just make your expectations clear. And then also really emphasize the possible consequences of what could happen if they are caught going outside and hanging out with large groups of people, or caught breaking basic social distancing protocols, whether they're hanging out with their friends with no masks and, not maintaining a 6-foot distance outside of the gym. We will go through the consequences of what could potentially happen via the IHSA a little bit later. But I think for right now, we can just kind of focus on the consequences. I think the consequences that happen inside the gym, I think that's up for each coach's interpretation and what they feel they need and what they feel like is appropriate for their gymnasts and their students. And then next, we are going to switch over to CJ. to discuss.
Right. So, yeah, first thing I want to mention is masks are a must. With girl season, we had our gymnasts wearing masks pretty much all the whole time, with the exception when they're actually on the equipment taking their turns. We allowed them to have their masks off while they're like actually doing the gymnastics. But if they're not on an event, if they're not on the equipment, their masks are on. Even when like conditioning and stuff, which we'll talk about later. Also want to make the point that, again, like regardless of your views on it, we have to set an example, and so we also have to be wearing masks the whole time. I do know with some club coaches, they would also take theirs off like while spotting and stuff. Like some people believe that it's a danger. I personally have never had any problems wearing a mask while just for the whole time. I know it takes a little bit to get used to, but if you are uncomfortable wearing your mask for like 2 hours, you should get like one of those cloth masks that are a little bit more breathable, that still cover your face completely, but will allow you to coach normally. But yeah, that pretty much with girls season, that was non-negotiable. Like masks had to be worn almost the entire time. Additionally, I have a bunch of these sections kind of in a row here, so I'll just keep talking. Socially distancing, it is very imperative, especially because we're allowing the gymnasts to take off their masks when they are like actually doing the skills. We have to keep our distance. So one person on an event at a time, when the masks are off, making sure that the gymnasts are 6 feet apart. With girls, it was hard to just kind of keeping them separate. They kind of tend to, like, as they talk, they like get closer and closer and closer. So we have to make sure that we keep distance. And then I don't know if you guys have had any contact days, but we found that boys are like extremely prone to just like wrestling each other, slapping each other on the back. Like we really have to make sure that the boys are keeping distance from each other, which I think will be a pretty uphill battle.
CJ, I've got a quick question for you, if you don't mind. Because when I was reading like some of the protocols, and they talked about coaches maintaining a 6 feet distance whenever possible, are they allowing you guys at your school to spot, or are they trying, like, because the girls have their masks off, you know?
Yeah,
that was one of the questions that I never got answered by my AD at this point.
Yeah, that's a fantastic question, and that actually leads me right into my my next point, which is spotting. So pretty much let me finish up the social distance options, and that'll lead right into spotting. So one of the things you can do to help maintain social distance is increasing the amount of drills you guys are doing, a lot more stations, a lot more just individual activity things that they could do on their own while they're far away from other people. And that will also reduce the amount that you need to spot. If they're doing more drills and more progressions by themselves, I know it's easier to just chuck a kid with backflips like 5 or 6 times and then they got it by themselves. But if you can teach them to work on that motion by themselves, it makes it a lot easier. However, with girls gymnastics, we were allowed to spot. That coaches had to wear masks the entire time. The gymnasts did not, although with most of the girls, if I asked them to wear the mask for that one skill, they were totally okay with it. I'm sure the boys will be just as agreeable too. So if you feel more comfortable with everyone having a mask on at that time, you can have them wear the mask. But yeah, and then there are also, remember, like other forms of spotting too. Like if you guys have the harnesses, the rope trainers, those are excellent uses because those can be wiped down. We'll talk about cleaning in a little bit. So yeah, to answer your question, Mike, you are allowed to spot, but up to the point where you are comfortable. If you just do not feel comfortable reaching that 6 feet distance to spot, just set up more drills, set up more stations, and use your best judgment. Does that answer your question?
Absolutely, thank you.
I think just really quick, I think that we need to make sure that we emphasize that like the safety of the gymnast always comes first. So, if they're doing a skill on high bar, you might just be standing there, but you need to be you might just need to be ready to spot at any given time. So yeah. Yeah, sorry, CJ, continue.
No, that's pretty much the short end of it. Does anyone have any other questions about specifically mask, social distancing, spotting? All right, so, sounds good then. In that case, let's throw it back to Eric.
Another quick thing about social distancing in the gym. One of the things that we always tend to forget is coaches need to social distance as well from each other. And we are not allowed to yell, so we shouldn't be raising our voice too high. One of the workarounds at Conant that we've figured out is one of our coaches uses a speaker and a microphone for her classes. So she brings that down to the gym. So that way, if we need to address the whole gym and everybody is 6 feet apart, you could just use this microphone and the speaker. So that way you can announce your voice a little bit better and not without having to raise your voice and potentially, break basic protocol.
Eric, that does remind me of a point too. Sorry. Coaches keeping separate is very important too. I know the first instinct for a lot of people will be to kind of have your own like section, like at Lake Zurich. I had the JVA time, and my team would come in like 15 minutes after the varsity team came in, and then after we left 15 minutes later, the JVB team would come in. So we had all of our levels separate. I know not all teams have the coaching staff available to do something like that, but if you go through that effort to keep the teams separated and socially distant, that is awesome. Just remember that all of that is wasted if the coaches are then hanging out with each other and not keeping that distance, because then through the varsity coach, you can spread that to the varsity team or the freshman team or whatever. So again, just being very mindful for who you're interacting with and having answers in case you need to do any contact tracing. You don't ever want, if someone asks you, who were you in close contact with over the course of the 15 minutes on this day, you don't want your answer to be, I don't know, because that shows that you just have not been vigilant enough.
Okay, thank you, CJ. Conditioning. I know a lot of times it's we like to do group conditioning or event-specific conditioning. Doing workouts, pull-ups on the high bar and workouts on very specific pieces of equipment. That might be a little bit more difficult this year. The gymnasts are not allowed to be spotting each other during workouts. So cross pullouts with a partner is, a very popular one, or assisted pull-ups with a partner. Those are not allowed. So you want to make sure you use the entire gym as much as possible. Once again, the way that we've kind of worked around this at Conant is we had everybody kind of split up, and we set up like, okay, this is the square for push-ups, and then we 6 feet away, this is a square for sit-ups, and then we just made sure we utilized every square inch of the gym that we possibly could in order to maintain a social distancing in between kids, and that every time they switched areas, that they made sure that they use hand sanitizer. Once again, with the masks, I know it's kind of sucks to wear a mask and trying to do push-ups, but I think especially for conditioning, the type of mask you wear will drastically affect how difficult the conditioning is. I know I've been trying to work out as much as I can, and when I'm running, if I'm wearing certain types of mask, it can create a suction around my mouth, and I can't really get a good deep breath in. So yeah, like CJ was saying, the cloth masks can greatly affect how much workout a kid can get. And so I think that's something that we need to work on. If you have access to the outside from your gym, if your gym has a door that leads directly outside, that might not be a bad idea to figure out a way to open up that door. So if a kid needs to get a breath, they can step outside and social distance, make sure it's being done one at a time. They can take their mask off and take some breaths, or maybe figure out a small area in which that is far enough away and is its own space, in which a kid can take their mask off, whether that be maybe a bathroom, a locker room, or just maybe like a little hallway of some kind, where if a student can be in their own specific area, they could maybe take their mask off for a second. So I know everybody's going to be having their own issues depending on the size of their team and the layout of the school and the gym. So I think that's just an important thing to try and get a head start on, to make sure that they are, that you are effectively working a practice and effectively doing conditioning while trying to maintain social distancing and keeping everything in mind. Because I know if your team is like mine, half of these kids probably don't leave their couch for for the majority of the day. Next, we are going to move over to cleaning and sanitizing. Jason?
Okay, so cleaning and sanitizing, obviously very important right now, but there could be a lot of confusion as far as, what do you clean and sanitize? So I know for our girls season, we only had about a week of it, but some things that we would do at our gym at Fremd is we would definitely clean and sanitize spin locks, okay? Any mats that we use that have a hard surface, so not like a porta pit or anything like that, but cheese mats, panel mats, we would sanitize those. Any sort of handles, either in or out of the gym, any sort of cabinets in the gym that would get use. So we'd always make sure to clean and sanitize those while we were rotating events, okay, and before and after practice as well. Okay, bars we would not clean. Obviously, there's a safety concern with that, so make sure you're not spraying the high bar, the P bars, the rings. Not only can that ruin the equipment, but also make it unsafe. Okay, chalk. We had the kids bring in their own little chalk containers, okay, and we would give each gymnast their own block of chalk. When kids would come into the gym, we would have them sanitized. We had a little station set up right by the door as soon as they would come in. I did this during our contact days too. And no matter what, sanitize as soon as you walk in the gym. Okay. We'd also do this in between events as well. So if, the girls were at beam, next they're going to floor, we would have them basically take a little sanitizing break in between events. So obviously helpful there. Another thing is make sure with the cleaners that you get from your custodial crew, make sure that you know what can be put on certain materials. You don't want to spray down a vinyl mat and have the cleaner ruin the mat. So I would always check with your maintenance department and see what they recommend. So other things, the bottles that you get, label. Right, I know that's a big thing. Our girls like to have a bottle in the gym with water. Make sure that you label each bottle that's in the gym so you know what cleaner goes with what. And it's best to, make sure you get that all done ahead of time. You don't want the kid to actually be spraying, sanitizer or whatever on their grips. Okay. Last thing is just the best bet is to keep the gymnast sanitized too. Like that's like if there's one thing that you take away, make sure that the kids are, sanitizing, doing everything that they need to be doing in the gym. That's basically it for cleaning and sanitizing. There's more things that are going to come up, I'm sure. I mean, us only being in there for a week, I'm sure if we had a longer season, we'd have more things to give you there, but that's what we have so far. Very good. So yeah, we said someone has in here that gymnasts bring their own spray bottle. That's good, so that they're not sharing one bottle.
Yeah, we typically don't use spray bottles for boys. I think the only equivalent would maybe be honey for P-bars. I know that's common. Somebody will leave a thing of honey by the chalk tray, and that's kind of like a competition. That's like the competition's honey for a little while. We should try and avoid that. If you guys have a communal honey thing for your gym, maybe that might be an added little piece of Tupperware that the P-bar gymnasts should be bringing, and making sure that they have their own thing and that they are not sharing. Next is competitions.
Eric, I think common items, the grip scrapers.
Yeah.
Probably make sure that kids aren't sharing the grip scraper. Maybe just like, I don't know, do the old like tension trick.
Yeah, the one thing we did with during girls with our hand scraper. Are you talking about the grip scraper or the callus remover?
The the little like toothbrush looking thing where they for the grips.
Oh, yeah. We found that the amount of people who actually use that in between turns, it's pretty small and it's not constantly being used. So we would just make sure that they sanitized that piece of equipment in between turns. So if you used it, it was your responsibility to just give it a quick spray down after, or like before and after. Okay. Next is we have competitions. Each team and each school is going to be dealing with competitions differently. So I'm just going to kind of go over how District 211 decided to do everything. You're only going to bring your competitors to the meet to keep the numbers down. So make sure that you know ahead of time how many people are competing. Alternates are a discussion that you should be having with your gymnasts and potentially the other coaches, because I know the amount of people allowed in a room right now is still 50. And so if you take away judges and meet workers, you've only got about roughly like 45 to 44 people. So if you divide that in two, that's 22 people. So you're only, and then, coaches, you're only technically allowed to have, so yeah. So you'd probably only be allowed to bring like 20 to, 18 to 20 athletes. So you have to make sure you are using that number as best you can. Each host team should figure out a space in which excess people or gymnasts can hang out. So if you need, because I know how many of us are going to be competing with, 5 all-arounders on each level, that's never going to happen. So if you have extra people, say your pommel horse specialists, you're going to have to keep them in a separate area when they are not warming up or competing. I know we decided in District 211 to switch to the warm-up compete format in order to keep things a little bit simpler and just keeping a better understanding of who is going to be in the gym at any given time. I think it's a good idea to start figuring out Zoom stuff. An idea we had over at Conant was we were going to steal the All-Star Meet format where we have shout outs to gymnasts. So I know sometimes it's hard without cheering, but if you can have a parent in the comment section say, like, please say, go so-and-so, do a good job, love mom and dad. If we can have them shout it out, it's not the same, but anything we can do to make these kids feel like, remind them like, oh, hey, mom and dad, might not be here, but they're watching on camera. Or they could, give shout outs to their friends and, all of that stuff. Yeah. The other thing is bus capacity. Sorry.
Can I add something to that?
Yeah.
So one thing we did at Lake Zurich to kind of like work around the fact that it's like, yeah, you can't like give high fives to your teammates anymore, no more hugs, no more like that positiveness is that positiveness is kind of like out the window. And so we had the girls kind of make up their own like almost like a secret handshake, but like contactless. So like anytime like they landed, they stuck their landing, like they would like bang their chest or they would like do like one of the TikTok things, kind of like as a group. I mean, like I think back to Palatine and all your guys' crazy cheers, like similar to that, but like just a way to say like good job and like have that camaraderie without actually like giving high fives and stuff. So maybe you guys can do something like that as a team building activity. Make up some cheers and celebrations.
Another thing you have to make sure to keep in mind is bus capacity is limited to 24 people, and that is including the driver. So sometimes it might be easy for maybe the assistant coaches to drive themselves or figure out their own mode of transportation, but that is something that you guys are going to have to keep in mind. If that means getting a second bus or greatly limiting the amount of people that you are bringing, maybe that fifth guy on the freshman level is not necessarily the most, it's not necessarily something that you need to risk if it's going to put you over that number. But the other, I think, and one of the more important things is you have to let your athletes and coaches know, or let the other coaches know how many athletes and coaches you are planning on bringing. Okay. I think keeping the communication open and letting everybody know, okay, Fremd is planning on bringing, 26 kids or 26 gymnasts and coaches so that you have adequate space and areas set up to accommodate them. Because they are very strict with that number of people allowed in any one given space at a time. And I think so. It's continuing to stay at 50. Once again, we have no idea where this is going to be in a month or in 2 months, but that's what things are currently being run. Jason.
Okay, so the next part here is, hopefully we don't run into this as coaches, but we might with an athlete testing positive. And what do you do if that does happen? So I know for our season, things are going to change with the IHSA between now and then, but I think it would be a good idea before our season starts if we send out something as an association about make sure everybody's on the same page with IHSA protocols and make sure we're all doing the right thing. So I don't want to say anything now and things will change by then. But as a head coach, if this does happen, I want to make sure that I do have sort of a blanket email prepared for parents. Because I know as a parent, if that were my child, I would want to know if somebody on the team did test positive, but you have to be careful with that and make sure that you do not divulge any names. You need to keep confidentiality. So just a heads up there, if you do plan on sending something out, don't include any names. Always direct those things to your athletic director, okay? So that's basically, what we have now for if an athlete does test positive, okay, and make sure that you take the proper precautions. You don't want to put yourself in a situation where you didn't let parents know and they find out later and then they are, not the happiest with you. So make sure you plan ahead with that and have something ready to go. Okay, the next part is what if our sport does get suspended? So, I like to have that mindset of, prepare for the worst type of thing. So I know during our girls season here, we're keeping Zoom contact with our athletes. And, whether it be, we've done quick little workouts with them each day, whether it be, actually conditioning or mobility work, but I think that's definitely a good thing. So I would have something set up ahead of time and make sure that you let the kids know, if this does happen, this is what we will do. Conditioning, like I just talked about, important. Boys, make sure, continue stretching. It might be a good idea to have some incentives for boys to keep them coming back. Maybe have shirts as an option or something if they, are attending all your Zoom calls. But it, isn't just limited to that too. It'd be a good opportunity to make routines, talk about goals that they might have, short-term, long-term. So you don't want to lose contact. So I would say be prepared for that. Let's see, I think I got the last part here. And then we didn't really get into this because at the time we're not allowed to actually fundraise right now in our district. But if things change by the time boys season rolls around here, I would try to support your local businesses, okay? Whether it be with fundraising or something simple as far as ordering team shirts. So you want to make sure to support your local businesses again, and always check with your athletic director. Make sure it's okay for you to do some fundraising. But yeah, that's pretty much, wraps it all up here of, some stuff that we've had to deal with and experience so far. If anybody has anything else that they would like to add or some good ideas, we're all gonna learn through this together, and it's sort of a trial and error. But yeah, if anybody has any good ideas or questions or comments, sort of open this up now for that. If not, I'll leave it to you, Eric.
Yeah, we didn't quite go into this. And I thought, I think we need to make sure we emphasize that I know how typically people run practices like, okay, well, I'm going to, varsity coach is going to high bar, varsity go to high bar. Oh, my pommel horse specialist, go to pommel horse with the freshman or the JV. That can't be an option anymore. You have to group all of your people together. So you want to make sure that the varsity is constantly working with the varsity, and the freshman is work with the freshman, and the JV is with the JV, or however you guys differentiate that. That is strictly because if one gymnast, I know they had this with cross country, I was being told over at Conan. The cross country coach was telling me how, I think Palatine or something, where they had one kid on their cross country team get COVID, and since the coach couldn't differentiate who worked out with who and who was close to who, I think they shut down their whole program. Whereas if you can keep a clean record of who's in what group and who kept social distancing, if you're going to lose a group, it's best to lose one group and not the whole group. So, Sam, how big can a group be? I think that is very specific depending on the size of your team. If your freshman if for some reason you get, 20 freshmen to walk in the gym, then I think, that group would be 20 people. If your varsity is 12 kids, then that group size is 12. I think it just depends very specifically on how big your team is. I don't think there is a set number on how big the group can be, but as long as the group is within that number, within that the 50 people allowed in the gym. Yeah, and I think what CJ said, however big your space is, that can maintain the 6 feet. I think that's just going to be different for every school. I know at Conant, we opened up, since basketball is not running, we were able to open up that curtain, and we used that for extra space. So we put the low beam over there, and we set up some panel mats. as a place for the vaulters to hang out when they were vaulting. So if varsity was at vault, instead of, shifting over towards the floor or the other areas that they normally would, if we open up that wall, they can shift over and take up more space over there and maintain 6 feet using that. So I think it's just about utilizing as much space as possible. Do we have any other questions or comments?
Again, I know this isn't feasible for everybody, but if it is possible to kind of stagger practice times for different levels, that fixes a lot of spacing issues. So instead of trying to fit JV in one corner of the gym while varsity's in the other corner, if you can stagger it so that JV comes in maybe an hour after varsity or an hour before, just so that you have that open space, and it makes cleaning a little easier too. Again, I know not everyone has the coaching staff available. I know you guys don't that might not necessarily be desirable, but it's just something to consider.
And Carlos just made a good point of carpooling. I know it's difficult for Saturday practices for kids to get there individually, and usually we have you have one kid who you will pick up his friend or something like that. But you should try and make sure that they maintain that the carpooling is to a minimum and that it doesn't cross-contaminate. So the varsity kids are not going to go pick up the freshmen, and the freshman parent isn't going to go pick up a JV kid or something like that. I know that can't always be helped because we have siblings on the team and stuff like that, but I think it's a good idea to mention that kind of stuff too. It's better to get a kid, to make sure the kid can get to practice, but you want to make sure it's done safely. Do we have any other questions or comments or thoughts on this?
I'm sure that each of the schools' workout facility is a little different, but I just learned this morning that girls' badminton has been moved to the winter sports. So that's one space that I know that we are not going to be sharing with badminton, but it may affect the girls, I guess, because they're going to be in the same season now. So I think each school has to figure out what works. It all depends on their workout facilities.
Because once again, like I said, at Conant, since that curtain is it's not a wall and it's not airtight or whatever, technically both gyms are considered one area. So it's going to be difficult to make sure that, we are always, it's so that if we have 50 people, that's considered one full room. So it's going to be almost impossible to run a gymnastics team and another team in that room. So, I think that's all going to be stuff that you're going to have to work out with your ADs individually. So if we don't have any other comments or things to talk about, we can start lunch a few minutes early. Sadly, lunch is not provided this year because we don't have the funds to Uber Eat you guys food. I wish we could, but so we will take a break and we can come back at 11 or at 12:30. If anybody wants to get sent into a breakout room with maybe another coach, feel free to message me and I can send you guys into breakout rooms if you guys want to chat during lunch while you're eating. Or if not, you can just, mute yourself and turn off your screen. And then I will see you guys back here in an hour. Okay, thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for coming back. I'm assuming we're going to get a small trickle of people coming in over the next couple minutes, but let's get started with the next portion. We have Frank and Brandon. We're going to give us a quick little judging clinic, help us get prepared, and maybe put us at ease if we're kind of nervous to go to the official judging clinic. Give us a little bit of a head start. Okay. You guys.
Okay, everyone, I'm kind of rifling through everyone who's here, and it looks like many of us are judges, but I just wanted to give a little mini clinic here under the assumption some of us are going to be judging our own meets. So what are we going to do in that situation? So what I'd like to show you today is maybe, I'm not going to call it easy, but with, I think, a little bit of practice, we could get in the ballpark at least, which is what we're hoping to do. And you remember, this is for a lot of these JV and like maybe lower level varsity routines. It's a pretty big ballpark for like where the judges can even be with their scores. So to remind everyone, we're going to get these scores using 3 main categories. So the execution is going to start at a 6.0, and that also is under the assumption, oops, I'll do this, that we have at least 6 skills in the routine. So you want to be looking out to make sure all these routines have at least 6 skills with nothing repeated. So if we got 6 skills, you're starting out at a 6.0. The event requirements are then going to be 2.0 added to that. Groups 1 through 3 are worth 0.5 each. I feel like I'm going to show you a little spreadsheet I made, and I could share with Eric and the association, that I would encourage you to print it out and just have it with you if you don't just know everything already. And I think a lot of you do, but maybe something like the spreadsheet I made would help you. And then the dismount is going to be 0.3 if you have an A dismount, and it's got to be 1 in the FIG book. And then it's going to be a 0.5 if you have a FIG B. So if you add up groups 1 through 4, we can have another 2.0 added to that start score. I should get my microphone. Difficulty and bonus are then going to count for the next 2.0. So that's how we get to our 10. So we can only count a maximum of 8 skills. For some of us, if we don't have experience judging a routine on the fly, you could kind of even look back at and just do your best thinking about what was there, which you might have to do. So A skills are going to be worth a 10th, B skills are worth 3/10, C skills are worth 4/10, and if there's a D, it's a 5. And we're going to, again, only count the 8 highest skills. You want to make sure that if you're giving gymnasts these element groups, you have to count those element group skills. So for instance, if a gymnast has a couple B's in one category, but only an A in one of the element groups, you got to count that A in the element group because they're going to want that credit. Okay, so we add all this up and we get to a start score. Now, a lot of us, I don't know if you have experience judging enough, you might not be able to take deductions while you're trying to write down a routine. So here's what I'm going to just mention. A small deduction is 0.1 each. On average, I would say most gymnasts have at least 0.1 off on every skill they do. The state champ will have 0.1 off on many skills they do. So if you look at a routine of 8 skills and you got less than 8/10 off, just know that gymnast should be, you know, on the podium for that event probably. Okay, medium deductions, you know, if there's like a big elbow bend or like there's a big knee bend, or if they don't hold a skill for 2 seconds, we got a medium deduction worth 2/10. A large deduction is 3/10 and a fall is a 0.5. I think there is sometimes this misconception that these gymnasts with maybe double backs and double fulls are going to get less tenths off. And I would just strongly encourage everyone that high difficulty does not always correlate with fewer deductions. I would say many times it's the opposite is the case. So think about this. You got a start score now, or you got something that's close to a start score. You know, just doing your best with that one time we have to watch a routine. Now I want you to think about this. A great routine is going to have 0.5 to 1.0 off. The state champ will probably still have 0.5 off a routine. A state finalist probably still has 1 point off. So if we can get a start score in the ballpark, and even if we kind of forget deductions, but we're going to have to maybe qualitatively say, maybe this is like a 1.5 off routine. And we're going to practice this in a little bit. I want you to know a nice routine still has 1 to 2 points off in it in deductions. Like a nice routine, like that was pretty good, 1.5 off. And then decent might be 2 to 3 off. And then the really sloppy might be 4 off, where, everything is done sloppy. But, it's a decent routine. Maybe we got 2 points off. So again, the start score, we're going to add 6.0 to these element groups they have. We're going to add difficulty and bonus, trying to count these A's, B's, C's, and D's. We're going to try and get a start score, and then we're going to try and deduct. And if you don't have time to do deductions in your head as you're going, which is challenging, just try and think about kind of grouping it into one of these areas, I suppose. Any questions so far? Everyone all good? I found in my classes the easiest thing to do is just to unmute and yell it out before I rifle through everyone to see the last person on my list that's raising their hand. Okay, so while I'm going through these videos, hey CJ, can you see this? Okay, I always got to make sure because sometimes they don't open. So I kind of made this little key here to show you. So here on floor are the element groups. One is non-acrobatic skills. Group 2 are front flipping skills or handsprings. Group 3 are back flipping or back handspring skills. And then group 5 is the dismount, which has to be one of the flipping skills or rotating skills. A straddle press is an A. A pike press, prone press, splits press are B's. A Russian 720 is a B. A wide arm press is a C. Everyone, I think this chart probably has 90% of what we're going to see from FIG in the routines this year. Maybe 95%. Maybe something else happens and you're not sure. And then just do your best to group it into what it looks most like, I suppose. If it looks a little bit more difficult than the B, then maybe you guess it's a C. And at worst, you're going to be 1/10 off, I would say, on each of these skills. I don't think it's terrible to kind of have this. Maybe you have a piece of transparency paper over this. Maybe you printed 10 of these out in case you're not sure that judge is coming. And you can just go back and circle what you remember seeing. Like, oh, they had a scale in there. Oh, wait, maybe I crossed off the scale. They didn't hold it, but then they had a prone press. We had a front full tucked. We had a back layout for a dismount. Oops, so maybe I can write the layout over here. They had a whip back in their routine. So maybe you're just going to circle the skills. Now, the non-FIG skills, this could count for the 8 or at least to get the 6. The only ones on floor are a cartwheel and a round off and 1 circle. For some of the other events, I've left some stuff off that you don't really see too often. Because again, for me, this is what's 95% of what we're going to see in our routines. I have this in my gym for my gymnasts, really, and I kind of just try and remember the book more than them. So on floor, if you have a B plus C connected salto, it's got to be, in repetition, it can't be separated by a flip-flop. It can't be like a whip back, stop, standing back. So like a B plus C connected salto, or actually the whip back one wouldn't work anyways, but is a 0.1 bonus. And then a double flipping skill is a 0.1 bonus. Now, most of the bolded ones on here are those ones that earn a bonus 10th. And then remember, if you stick a dismount, that is also a bonus 10th, even if it's a B this year. This is fast, everyone, but so be it. Does anyone have any questions about any of these skills or the requirements on floor?
That front 1 1/4 to prone, is that a front flip, miss your feet, catch yourself in a push-up?
Yep.
I thought we disallowed those type of skills.
The rollout ones they did.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay.
I think I'll double check that one. Yeah, good question. Okay, everyone. So here's our goal. Now, unfortunately, unless you can print these out, I want you just to try and watch this floor routine with me, and I want you to try your best just to give me an estimate for the start score. And then I want you to tell me maybe your estimate, are we in that like 0.5 to 1 off range, like a 1 to 2 off range, or a 2 to 3 range? Okay, let's go. Make sure. No, that's not it. Here we go. Hey, Eric, can we see this?
Yes.
Okay. Let me do this.
Yeah.
Wait. I gotta pause it and make it a larger. Okay. Okay, everyone. Again, so our goal here, I just want you to try to give me an estimate of the start score and then an estimate of the deductions. And like, if I'm a coach stepping in and doing this at the last second, which I really didn't want to, if you stress yourself out about being perfect, which many of us are never perfect anyways, it's gonna be a problem. And if you just worry about, hey, I'm just gonna try to get a start score estimate and then a deduction estimate, and that's what I'm gonna do tonight, you know, I think the meet can still run smoothly and we'll be consistent with kind of what we're writing down. Okay, so here we go. Try and jot down what this person is doing, and we are not gonna watch this a second time because we don't get to do that in a meet. So we're gonna watch it once. I can revisit it and tell you what happened, but we're just gonna watch it one time. Okay, here we go.
Yes, Bog. What'd you get? Yeah. Nope. You're close. No.
Okay.
Let me show you how to do these.
No.
Okay, come here. I'm gonna show you something.
I'm in the clinic.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm trying to manage multiple Zooms. I forgot about that. My bad.
I'm gonna try and make sure that I'll be muting people if they forget.
Okay, everyone. So did the gymnast have 6 skills? Let's just do thumbs up, thumbs down. The polling takes too long. Yeah, probably like way too many, right? Had like 20 skills. We're not going to count anything twice, though. Did the gymnast have a non-acrobatic?
Yes. Split press.
Okay. Did they have a front skill?
Tuck full.
Got that. Did they have a back skill?
Couple.
And then did they also have a dismount that wasn't one of these repeated?
Yes.
Was it a B dismount?
Yes.
Okay, so right now we got a 6 for execution. We're gonna have 2 for the element groups. Now, did the gymnast have any C's?
No.
Double full.
Double full. Right there. Double twist.
Was that the first pass?
That was the first pass. Yeah.
But it like was super laggy. I couldn't tell. I saw him twist, and then he just.
Well, even if we missed the double full in real life, like you'd only be a 10th off, right? So like
Yeah,
we're all gonna be in the same range, I think.
Hey,
So we got
Brandon,
yeah.
he did that in Zoom, and I saw it full. I wouldn't have given him credit for the dismount. He would have gotten pounded.
The dismount was just a layout.
It looked like the way the screen was jittery. It looked like a full.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the dismount. Well, this will be better in real life then, right? Even easier.
Well, I think that's something that we can take away from that and just like kind of discuss is you should try and use your, you know, your basic knowledge of the sport and think like, oh, well, there's no way that the kid would have gone for a full mount and a full dismount. Like,
But if that's what you saw, that's what you saw too, I guess. So I would just judge what you see. Just do your best to judge what you see, and I will be. That's all we can do. Okay, what about some B's here? We had a splits press. We had a tuck front full. We had a whip back. Everyone, the definition of a whip back is something that flips into something else too. So you can't do a whip back as its own pass. Just a little, sometimes people aren't sure about that. A whip tuck, whip into anything as long as it's another thing, right? You can't just do a round off whip. And then they dismounted with a B. So it looks like we have one C, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 Bs. Hey, everyone, I find it really helpful to do this to make sure you don't have more than 8 tricks counted when the gymnast is doing 20 here. And then did the gymnast have a bunch of A's? You know, we had like a round off in there. We had a flip flop. And then what else?
Back into a back tuck.
Yeah, they had a back tuck. We definitely had 3 A's. Did we have any bonus here? No double back. No bonus. Connected. Yeah, they had a stick bonus there, so we're going to get another 0.1. So what's our start score, everyone?
10-0.
Is that 10-0?
Probably. 3, 6, 9, 12.
Yeah.
16.
0.4 plus 1.2 plus 0.3 plus 0.1. 10-0. Okay, where do we think this gymnast is? Remember, all these skills, when you're doing that many, 1/10 off is pretty good on all those. Even a flip-flop, the legs separate, knees are bending on it when they shouldn't be. Little things like that. Round-offs around the side. Is this gymnast in the 0.5 to 1.0 category? Just give me a thumbs up or down.
Yep.
The 0.5 to 1.0. Like, is this a state champ? What about the 1 to 2 range, maybe?
I'd say closer to 1 than 2, but
yeah,
I would go under 1.
Hey, Brendan, I thought we were only counting 8 skills. Because you counted 10 skills.
Oh, I wrote 3 C's. I meant 1 C there.
Okay.
Yeah,
I have my process.
I know we're good. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, thanks for catching me there. Okay, so hey, everyone, like, what do you think? Like, maybe like an gymnast in maybe like an 8 to 9 range then? And if you're in that range, you're probably close to like, you know, the judging state finals on floor. So remember, we don't have to worry. If you're worried about perfection, we're probably going to be even worse. If you worry about being in range, you're probably going to do a great job. This is also for first-year judges. You have to start eventually. You have to have a first year. So start now. I was not great at this. I'm probably still making mistakes. Every meet I'm in, I'm making mistakes, but I will get better. And you will get better too. Okay, next event.
Brandon, are you on a computer?
Am I on a, yeah.
Or a Chromebook? I mean, do you want to, I have the videos downloaded to my computer. So do you want to
play the next one, Frank?
Do you want to see if that improves the video for everybody? Okay.
Yeah, let's try. Hey, everyone, here, let me do this really quick. Okay, everyone, so next event, pommel horse. Man, I never even competed a circle when I did horse. It was impossible when I started, and I always asked the other judge if I could judge it. I have no hesitation to judge a horse routine, whether it's, you know, a little dual meet or state finals anymore. You just got to get better at watching it and trying to watch it fast enough. All those stuff's flying around. Maybe having something like this in front of you can help. Now, the first element group is a scissoring skill. The only thing that wouldn't go in here is like a false scissor. So you do any sort of scissor skill without sitting on your butt, you're going to get that. Circling. Now, you have to be circling out of all this stuff. So you have to be circling out. You cannot jump up on the horse, pop one circle out and stop in front support and have it count. So you have to be circling out of all this stuff for it to count. Even an attempt is what we're looking for. And then we have the traveling skill. The dismount, there's not too many on horse that you're going to see. Like a loop off out of circles is an A. Like out of circles again, not that little baby loop off. The Russian 360 or a front out are the B's. That circle the hand or the double Russian are your C's. And that's, you know, pretty much what we're going to see. One thing, everyone, these circle the hands, it's a circle the hand, not a circle, stop, press. So we're trying to look for a, you know, a minimal stop, and you just got to make the call and be consistent with it. Some other A's you see, again, there might be more, but this is the most common ones. A little single leg Stockley in, a false scissor, a single leg circle, a little baby loop off, trying to just get that sixth trick. And if you do one circle without, you know, a circle out of it. Now, any 180 turn is going to be a bonus on horse. So a 180 turn is a bonus on horse. So we got half spindles, Moores, a Stockley, a Russian, a double Russian. You're not going to see a Kroll too often. A Schwabenfink is when you do a circle, loop, circle. It's got to be two circles before and after that front loop. So here's, you know, probably 95% of the skills you're going to see on a horse routine. And, you know, if you ask a coach beforehand, hey, does your gymnast do anything else I should see? Then you can just write it down in here. You know? Okay, any questions about horse? Frank, anything we should add?
Brandon, can you just confirm before I say something wrong? Galfi asks if a single leg cure is still a non-diagram day.
Yeah, I think that's in there too.
Similar to hockey.
Yeah, I think
that is correct. No changes to the A skills.
We got one leg here. See, and like every year, I'll add. To be honest, I just try and get this on one piece of paper, and when stuff starts making two, I delete stuff so it fits. Hey everyone, I want to let you know this too. Unless you're the state champ on pommel horse, you're probably getting a 10th off on every circle. You just are, because you're probably not extended out enough. You know, that hip shoulder angle is too low. I think good gymnasts are getting 2/10 off on every circle. So you got to think, you just got to try and think back to that routine. Did that gymnast do 5 circles before every they did 5 circles and they're more. And then they did 5 circles before their travel down. And then they do 5 circles before their circle hand. That's just adding up. So you got to try and remember these routines that way when if you're trying to judge without, you know, actually judging. Okay, Frank, you want to try and show it?
Yeah, and hey, I'll just you know, add to what you're saying, you know, because I want to make sure that this isn't coming across to, and I don't know if people care either, right? But this you know, Brandon is not doing this like we would run an IHSA clinic. This is done as like a crash course in, hey, we want to get you comfortable with judging some routines because you're probably going to be sitting in the chair sometime this season, right? So that's kind of philosophically how it's being approached. All right, so can we see the screen?
Yep.
Okay, so let's try this and see if the video is improved. Let me just full screen, and then I'll go ahead and start it after I mute myself.
That probably look better, right?
Yeah.
Try and give everyone a minute to do a ballpark start score and then a ballpark deduction area. Something I like to do, but not to put too many people on the stand here. Like, how about everyone type in the chat the start score, like, ish. Let's get like as many people that feel comfortable doing something. Type it in there. And I'm looking for people that aren't judges more than anyone. Like, what do you think a start score for that is? And like, what is it about maybe? Hey, Frank, you want to talk through this one or you want me to?
I don't mind talking about it. I mean, skill wise, had a false scissor, circles, a scissor half, a travel down, and a loop. And then I did not give the dismount, and I think, Brandon, you didn't give the dismount either. It was a stop and a press, which is, in our interps, if they don't show, circling into it, if it is an actual stop and a press, it's no credit for the dismount. And so, Moore also, sorry, he had in there. Two B's for the scissor half and for the Moore, and then the Moore was a 1/10 bonus. And then A's for the false scissor, the circle, the scissor, the travel down, and the loop. So I had an 8.7 start value.
That circle.
Hey, Frank, did we give him a Schwabenflank for going circle, loop, circle? Or he kind of does a full loop in between, right?
Right.
Yeah, so it's really just like a back loop, I think. Or sorry, a front loop.
Yeah, it was kind of problematic to me the way it was done. So I called it just a loop.
So maybe he had 5 A's. Hey, but everyone, like, did he have and this circle of hand is the most problematic thing on horse. But if you're just consistent with it, I suppose that's the best you can do. You just got to do your interpretation. Did the person swing into it, or did they press into it? This isn't P-bars or rings, it's pommel horse. So, did you at least see that they had a circle, a scissor, and a travel though? Like that's good. You're going to be in the ballpark. Even if we disagree on this, I think we can be close to one another, like in the ballpark, which is, good for your first judging experience as a head coach, maybe. What about deductions, everyone? Do you think they're in like the 0.5 to 1 range, or 1 to 2 range, or 2 to 3 range, maybe?
1 to 2.
I'm thinking 2 to 3. He had a lot of extra circles, plus I had multiple large deductions, and then on the handstand was also, he just pretty much butchered. So I'm thinking 2 to 3.
I guess the only clarification I'm asking now is, that this is a new handstand requirement, and in my opinion, that was one of the better examples of a swing to handstand that I've seen over the past couple years. So if that didn't count, would we say that a majority of the ones we've seen over the past couple years would not count?
Frank, yeah, but Eric, one thing is, it's not a new rule. It's a rule that but you're not supposed to. I think you just got to make the call. Like, a pause is not swinging in a handstand though.
I thought, a previous judging clinic that I attended, I was told that A press is just give it to them. Give it to them and hammer them on deductions. Like that was Fig.
That makes life easier for inquiries and whatnot. Yeah.
Well, that's what we were told was what Fig was doing, and that was Fig's that was the interpretation we got from Fig. Is if they go to a handstand, hit the handstand, give it to them. As long as they don't go up and come back down.
Well, we don't. I come to the judging clinic and we'll talk more there about it. Okay, let's jump to rings.
Wait, real quick.
Yeah.
3 years ago, we took this interpretation straight from JO. All right. So this was the wording that JO used for level 9, and this is in our interps. It's JO number 7 in the pommel horse section. Circles or scissors to handstands will not be recognized if too much strength is utilized. If the gymnast performs a press to handstand, then there is no recognition for the skill. The judge must use gymnastic sense to determine use of press. This interpretation includes handstand dismounts. So you have to judge it as you saw it. You may have seen, Eric, like it looked like he kept moving. To me, it looked like there was a clear stop. It looked like his leg actually even hit the horse, and then he pressed up. That was how I saw it, right? If I was judging the state meet sitting next to Greg Didich or somebody, we would have a discussion and we would come to an agreement. But as a judge who's judging a duel and you're not judging with another judge, you're going to have to make a decision on the spot there. And to me, it looked like he stopped and then pressed.
And again, it might be unfair for Frank and I, because this is like the 15th time we've judged this routine, right? So we have watched that more than once. But I think on your first time watching that, I think Frank and I for sure talked about, what do you think about that circle hand? And Blaze, like the three of us sat down, like, what should we do for that? It looked close.
I got a question real quick. Am I off mute?
Yes.
Yeah. I just want to be real clear that, so if you're not giving credit for it, and I can see it both ways, it's really hard to distinguish how much strength they're using. You could argue you can't do it without using any strength. But anyway, if you don't give him credit for it, then it's a double whammy. He's missing the C, and he's also missing the category 4 dismount. I just want to be clear on that, correct?
Yeah, Frank.
Yeah.
Yep. So it's like a point swing about.
Right.
It's a lot.
Huge.
But, I think the intent is that we don't want people trying to do it the right way. Like, oh, here's a cheap C I can get. That gymnast is like a state finalist on a horse too. Like he's doing most things really well, I think, and probably a lot of days I think I've given that to him, even judging him.
Yeah, and you're gonna have to use your best judgment, but also the current IHSA plan is at least to make it to sectionals, and if we do have coaches with not a lot of judging experience, judging kids and giving kids these skills, and then all of a sudden they get it's really more important, especially this year, I'd say, if they get to the sectional and then they don't and they don't get this skill. Now they're in a situation where they're like, well, I've been getting it all year long. Well, sorry, you shouldn't have been, because you're not performing it correctly.
And hey, Frank, if I was in the
for that reason, I think we need to be, when you do your judges clinic, I think it's real important on that particular move that everybody get on the same page for that reason. Because you have a kid who, it can make the difference between qualifying to state finals or whatever. If one judge is giving credit and another isn't, it creates a real problem.
I'd say every year we have routines with circle hands and we always discuss them at the clinic. And then, hey, Frank, if I'm in a dual meet with you and I say, hey, why did my gymnast not get it? And you said, I don't think he swung into that circle hand. Like, look at that. If you just have a reason for it, if you can back it up with like, I didn't think it looked like it, that's awesome in my mind.
Yeah.
And like you and I might have disagreements, but if you can back it up with some evidence, that's awesome. That's a good job. Okay, everyone, maybe just get through one or two more of these. On rings, a swing skill. This is just like a back uprise, dislocate, or inlocate even fulfill this. A strength move like an L. a bent arm press can get you this. A swing to strength, there is no a swing to strength. A kip L and front uprise L are Bs, and then we have our like kip cross, back uprise cross, and back uprise plunge. Dismounts, like any position, front flip or back flip. You know, a little tiny tuck back off is an A dismount. It's in fig, like, or we're going to consider it. And then your Bs are your back full or your double backs. Okay, everything in B is a bonus 10th. And actually the 3 and 4, these bold ones and the 3 and 4 are, if you do a C level one, it's going to be 0.2 bonus, except that back uprise plunge, which I had not bolded for a reason. Lastly, why is the bent arm press and the pike press bolded if it's not a C? Well, we're giving a 10th bonus to any press or swing to handstand. So the bent arm giants and these presses. Well, actually, this should be 2. Also on rings, a muscle up. You can do a bail in each direction, either from shoulder stand or handstand. It's still a bail. So everyone, you can get one front bail, one back bail, and then a shoulder stand still is an A. So we have these 3 are the probably, this is 90%, 95% of what you're going to see on rings. And I got to add the back 1.5 because of like Doug's kids. Any questions? Okay. Frank, you want to show it?
Okay, just verify we have it. We have the video.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, great. Here we go.
Okay, how about in the chat again, we try and throw in like an estimate for our start score?
I might be really off on this one. I'm just gonna throw it down.
Yeah, just throw it. Okay, everyone. Did the gymnasts have a swing skill?
Yes.
Did they have at least an L or a strength skill in there? Did the gymnasts have a swing to strength? Now, do you see back upright straddle L on my little list here?
No, that's in the swinging category.
Yeah, here's the back upright straddle L. I think I've heard a lot of people talk about that being a swing strength, but that's over here. So we don't have one of these. Like, oh, but the gymnast had a double back and all these presses and all this other stuff. Well, didn't have that. And then we had a double back. So we have 6 plus 1.5. How many B's did the gymnast have?
3.
Now, you got to have like a really like straight arm press to get that B. So would you call either of those? Probably just a bent arm, but it's still a bonus if they hold it.
The only B would be the upright straddle, right?
And the double back.
Well, that's a C on this code.
Double back's a B.
Oh, okay. Oh, but it's extra. Yeah, but extra 10.
Yeah. So you got two B's. You know, we had an in locate, a back uprise, an L. We actually had a bail in each direction. So we got two bails there. So we got 1, 2, 3, the bent arm press 4, 5, 6 A's. Can't have 7 A's anyways, everyone. So it doesn't really matter when we get there. And then did the gymnast hold the press for 2 seconds? Or for at least 1 second?
Not with his feet in the rings.
Maybe the first press, at least the double back. So you got either 1 or 2 tenths bonus. Maybe like an 8.8, 8.7 or 8.8, depending on that press hand. What about the deductions? Everyone, even if the gymnast didn't need that second L and that second shoulder stand, you still need to hold them for 2 seconds. And anytime you don't, it's a little medium deduction. So what do we think about their deductions here? Like 0.5 to 1, 1 to 2, or 2 to 3?
2 to 3.
Maybe you could just like, I don't know, maybe about 2. If you have about an 8.7 and have like, you know, 1.5 to 2.5 off, you're probably going to be in range with, you know, a judge at sectionals or close to it.
Brandon, I forget, is going like I guess like slanted swing or like diagonal swing, is that a deduction?
Yeah.
Would that be constituted as what, a medium?
Well, Frank, on the severity of it mainly. You mean like skewed while they're swinging?
Yeah. Like you kind of saw like going into the double back, he started.
Yeah, that'd probably be a small, I would say.
Okay.
And to be honest, if I'm watching that my first time, like in a chair on the floor, like I don't even know if I'm going to notice that. If you watch this 8 times, you probably can pick it up. But yeah, and everyone just judge what you see. Don't try and invent. And Eric, should we just
go over the difficulty again, please?
Oh, yeah. So the gymnast had a in locate, back uprise L, the bent arm press. There was a bail one direction. Actually, they bailed and then they did a back uprise.
Well, the other bail was not a bail; it was a fall.
Agreed.
Yeah, but
he mounted with a back uprise straddle L.
Oh yeah, the back uprise straddle, and then they did a front bail kind of, and then they did back uprise L, press hand. I think the gymnast probably meant to bail the other direction, but like, you don't know that. So, I mean, it's another bail. You can't judge what you think. You can't invent what they were supposed to do. I just judge what I see. You know, and then they did another back uprise L, another press hand. Then they bailed the other direction into their double back. So they had 2 B's here. And they had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 A's. So, you know, B's are 3/10, so we got 6 there. A's are 1/10, so that's 1 each. And depending on if you thought they, you know, had a large deduction on that bent arm press, a large deduction, everyone's kind of, that's a lot. That's like they're like on the straps, not like they brushed it or used it you know, barely. Like they're on it, and it's already an A bent arm press. So probably 1 or 2 bonus. They have to get the double back one. Does that help?
Um, 6 A's. There you go.
There we go. I meant to say 0.1 each times 6.
All right.
Yeah.
So you had 1.5.
Well, 1.4 or 1.3.
Okay. In your previous screen, I think you had 1.5.
I had 1.5 for the element groups.
Okay.
Because they have a swing, a strength, and a dismount. So they have 6 for their execution.
Right.
They have 1.5 for element groups. And then they have 1.3 or 4 for their difficulty.
Okay.
So I think
Thank
I said
you.
8.8 was their start score.
Thanks.
Hey, Frank, Eric, should we just call that good for today for a little mini intro into like what people could do?
We can keep going a little bit because I slotted a little bit of extra time towards the end if we wanted to end early. I don't know if we're going to spend that much time doing the freshman recruitment section. So I don't know, what do we feel is more important? You guys,
or we could always, or Frank and I could stay for a little bit extra if anyone wants to do that then.
Yeah.
I don't, for people, I mean, again, I would not judge a meat the way I'm telling people to judge it right now. Like Frank said, this is for like, you know, holy crap, I have to judge my own meat right now. What am I going to do? This is for that situation.
Okay.
I think it's just still helpful to see this process. And then Brandon, if you could forward those your cheat sheets, I think that'd be good to kind of have it for the underclassmen and all the gymnasts. We'll make a poster of it and put it around the gym. Hey, these are the things that you see everybody competing. These are your goals, and these are the things that you should be working toward.
Okay.
Hey, maybe CJ, maybe you could add, I know it's not part of the association meeting, but maybe you could add the links to the minutes so that people can access them there. Is that possible? Or is that a bad idea?
Is there a is there a way you guys can get me those links real fast? Or tell me where I can find them?
To the videos or to these sheets?
No, to your two documents that you showed.
Here, I can just share them with Eric and we can put them on the on like the agenda for today at the end. Is that good?
We can do that. Sorry, I'm just trying to set up the breakout rooms for this next session.
So what did we want to do, Eric? Did we want to, here I can.
I think if you could just share it with CJ could put it together and then send it out to the association or put it in the agenda, end of the agenda or whatever he needs to do
Yeah,
to
I got
share
it.
it with everyone.
Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
Okay. So currently I'm splitting everybody into breakout rooms. Glaze, are you on with 2 devices?
Yeah, take me off of my iPad.
Okay, so I didn't send the iPad one anywhere, but I sent everybody a breakout room invitation. The breakout room you are going to is going to be the Jamboard that you are going to run. Ryan, I put you in charge of group 1. Who did I put? Brainberg in group 2, CJ group 3. Tucker, you're going to be in charge of group 4, and 5 is going to be Mr. Kim. Okay. So still can't
Keith,
call.
you want to put the link on just in the chat? Can you copy and paste it in there? I don't know.
Yeah.
It might be quicker for everyone.
Where is that?
I'm gonna actually jump to my other computer.
It's kind of funny. I've taken judging back into the classroom with me when my students are doing like speaking assessments. I like have like I give them like a starting score based on if they like hit all the requirements and stuff, and I just like take points off for like errors. Like it literally feels like I'm judging a routine when they're speaking.
Okay, I'm going to open up all rooms.
Hey, Eric, can you hold on 1 second?
Sorry, close all rooms.
Just, you know what would be faster is if hey everyone, we're gonna jump into this thing called Jamboard, and if you've never used this before, it'd be easier if we just showed everyone at once real quick.
Okay, I put the Jamboard in the chat.
Right. So on this Jamboard, we were just thinking of like breaking out into smaller groups to talk about the freshman recruitment ideas. So on the left side of your screen, when you go here, you can click on this thing under the arrow and it says a sticky note, and you can just type something and then you can like add it to your screen. And then what we can do like in a little bit is we can just kind of like, Eric can then share all the screens and we could just rifle through like the first 5 screens and like we can share our ideas out with a larger group. So again, if you just click on that little icon on the left underneath the arrow, it'll let you make a sticky note and then you can add that to the screen and kind of just move it around, and you could just come up with a couple ideas as a group.
Yeah, and your frame number at the top should be the same as your whatever breakout room you're in. So if you're in breakout room 4, make sure you're working on frame number 4.
And whatever steering committee or executive board member is in each room, I try to split them up. Just try and kind of be the, like, you know, make sure everybody stays on task. Okay, I'm opening up the breakout rooms. Everybody can join. Just like in school. Please join your breakout room.
Sorry, Eric, can you hear me, buddy?
Yeah, what's up?
Sorry, I got to leave the meeting temporarily. I got to take a meeting through school. I got a situation I got to deal with a kid.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna leave. So I'm gonna leave my my other. I have 2 things open, so I will just, you know, watch for you here. Okay.
All right, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, you're teaching us anyway. But no, yeah, you can't reinvent the wheel too much for them. So, yeah. Like I said, hopefully it's not just our another Zoom meeting for my PLC. I don't mean to leave you high and dry.
Yeah.
So maybe yeah, could put another one in.
Not had the chance. Eric, can you make me a co-host so I can share?
I've actually emailed all the freshman boys.
But then brainstorm the ideas of what it is that we can do virtually to be able to recruit these freshmen, because some of them may not even know have
this year is going to be
gymnastics in the school. And then it's also harder to get in reach to them when we don't have access.
So I don't think I can.
So at the bottom, if you go to share screen, usually there's a button that says multiple participants.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then just for time frame, how long are we in these breakout rooms, Eric?
Let me double check my thing. I think I said about 30 minutes.
Holy moly.
Yeah. So, yeah. So we'll go for about 30 minutes. Make sure, I don't know, try and get some stuff in there, and then just, I don't know, just chat things out and see what's going on. I don't know. I think everybody's got their own, you know, issues that they got to deal with.
Yeah.
Were you able to? So I don't know. I guess I can't make you a co-host while we are in
a breakout.
Yeah. Do you want to leave the breakout room and then I'll make you a co-host in the main room?
Yeah. Give me a second.
Okay.
And you can remove Blaze's iPod. You don't have to keep them there.
Okay,
oh, Mr. Gelfie.
Yeah, I always get kicked out when I send my kids to Zoom meetings. They always get kicked out, so it's about time I get kicked out too.
There you go. Okay.
I was with Frank and Phillips. I think it was room 4.
Okay.
I think he just wanted to get away from him, but
yeah.
That too.
All right. Thank you.
Yep. Okay.
You have used.
Sorry, I'm gonna redo the sharing. Okay.
Okay. But again, I'm sure that all of those things are things that everybody has done before, and I'm not going to sit here and bore you and read through every single one of those. Rather, what I'm going to kind of turn our attention to is the yellow sticky notes are kind of the things that we're going to have to probably start doing to think outside of the box in terms of recruitment for this year. And some of the things that we've done in the past can be the same, all right? Like things like using social media and school-related media outlets, right? You know, another idea, and I'm kind of lucky to be in the PE department, and I know that several of us in here are, or at least have good contacts with those that are in the PE department. And, you know, if you have the opportunity to be able to jump into one of their classes via Zoom, which is going to be kind of my plan. I'm going to try to jump in those classes, even if for a couple of minutes, to introduce myself, to kind of talk about, you know, the GBN boys gymnastics team. And then if they're interested, they, you know, can always contact me and give out my, obviously, info. You know, so I'm going to use that. I know Brian Beckett came up with a really good point of maybe creating like a highlight video from your current gymnast with doing like a either coach voiceover or even testimonies from other gymnasts that you already have on the team talking about your team, your sport, right? Because sometimes a lot of the athletes maybe don't want to listen to the adults, but they will listen to their peers, right? And then finally, again, using your own gymnast as your biggest recruiting tool. I think that's going to be key for this year, is getting those guys to reach out to others to be able to get as many freshmen as you possibly can. That's pretty much it. Am I missing anything, Adrian, Brian, or Blaze?
No.
Yeah, I think you got it.
Okay. Group 2. Who is in group 2?
Our group was, I think we had Jake, Doug. I don't know. We had a group in there. Bruce was in there, but he wasn't. He was muted. But basically, same things you said. You nailed it. I think you had it all. I think the only thing we had was adding on is sending letters out to freshmen because you're not seeing them in person. I know this year I had contact. I had kids that were freshmen that showed up probably more than have in the past, and they're like, this is kind of neat, and they wanted to bring their friends, and so it kind of grew from there. And then recruiting a PE class, obviously some of the things you said, but it's a unique year. But the one thing that we talked about was, and Doug said this, was the fact that there's some years where we actually just recruit like crazy and you get very little and you're doing PE class. And then when there's some years where you don't and just a bunch of kids show up. So it's kind of, it can be random like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. Next.
This is my group?
Yep.
So one of the biggest things that we talked about, so similar to what the other group said, like I think some sort of recruitment video would be super handy. And one of the things we talked about in the orange bottom left is pandering to parents, advertising how well we can socially distance with practice and meets, and highlight the fact that we are considered low risk even by the IHSGCA and by the government of Illinois. So just kind of advertising that we are a low risk sport. A couple other things. Yeah, some sort of incentive program for gymnasts to bring other new kids in. My group kind of laughed because we've definitely tried this before and it doesn't always work so well, but you know, sometimes we just got to try. Someone mentioned to reach out to the diving coaches because they actually had a pretty successful season and a lot of our gymnasts come from diving. So just for those of us who don't have like direct access to gymnasts all the time, maybe the diving coaches do. June mentioned we should include girl gymnasts in our promotions. Just really take advantage of the prepubescent voice. And then and then in the pink we liked this idea. This isn't really something that we can like pull through now, but we felt like there's like this stigma that people don't join gymnastics because they see these like good kids and they're like, well, I can never do that. I can never do a backflip. And so just like if we do run, I recommend just take video of like the new kids that you get, like show them struggling on those scissors, show them like not being able to do a forward roll, record them, and then record them again and show them their progress after the end of the season or after the end of 2 years and stuff. So this is definitely more long-term, but just showing some kind of transformation video, similar to like those couch to 5K videos that people like. Group, am I missing anything?
Well, I just wanted to like mention that, Orna was kind of talking us through some of the mindset of where these kids are at. Like I'm not a teacher, so you all know what it's like interacting with them.
We're doing okay, crew. Anything, any progress you've made on your posters that you want to do a screen share, Stormy or Nadia?
Mr. Bostrom's class. But I think a little psychology can go a long way. We were talking about like maybe this season is more about offering a nurturing place to be rather than talking about the things we usually talk about, like state meet and machismo and everything else. Like just like whatever these kids are missing in their lives now, we can help fill a lot of it. And, even if it's more touchy-feely than a recruiting poster might normally be, like little psychological, hints, like, dig up a photo of teammates like ecstatic hugging each other, which obviously we can't do now, but just to help plant the idea in these kids' minds, like these are the things that like you're starving for. And, we can be a place that provides that.
Yeah. Be a part of something, kind of stress that aspect of it instead of, get stronger, get faster, get this, get that, kind of, be a part of something. Get out of your house. Do you want a reason to put on pants in the morning? Because I bet half of them, they're just in their pajamas 24/7. And I mean, some of our kids come to practice in pajamas, but okay. Thank you guys. And now we're going to group 4. Who's in group 4?
Did they just copy paste group 1's notebook notes?
No. Maybe? Yes.
Hey, that's what the kids do when they turn in homework.
Remember Ryan Duell said everything that group 1 did was just gonna be copied by later groups.
Sorry, when Ryan said that, I had to take a screenshot of it and just put it on ours. Yeah, I don't think anything here, is up here that we haven't talked about. Just getting the other gymnasts to be your strongest recruiting, doing recruitment videos. I love the idea of doing like the before and after with these guys. Like when we are in school at Edison Trail, we do a showcase day where we bring everybody in during lunch periods and get them to kind of show, where they're at. And, you have all different skills and ability levels. So I might just do that with my recruitment video to kind of show everybody, hey, we've got some amazing gymnasts in the gym and we've got guys that are just starting out. So wherever you want to be, if it's an interest to you, then just come on out, kind of a thing. So, everything that Ryan did and talked about is pretty much what we talked about as well. So the copy and paste method works sometimes.
There you go. Okay. Anything else from this group to add? No? Okay. Group 5.
Again, it's a repeat. It's the same thing that you guys all have been saying. this is a first year that I could go out to the baseball players, track and field guys, lacrosse players to say, you know what, this may be one year that you could do both. So a lot of the spring sports, I lose kids to lacrosse, I lose kids to track and field. So this is one year that I could try to see if I could reach out to them and say, hey, come on in and, you could do that in the summer. This is a spring sport. Come on and, give gymnastic a try. And about the promo videos, I pull out Eric's freshman video and compare it to his senior year video and put the progression of, you don't need any experience, start with nothing, and then you could be a state qualifier, state player, placement winner. So I think those are the things that we could try to do that. Other than that, I think everybody pretty much has the same ideas. I might just buy a whole bunch of Ed Gambo's shirts and just start giving it away. Hey, you look like a gymnast. Here's a shirt for you. Hey, you look like a gymnast. Here's a shirt for you. If they could promote it with anything with the word gymnastics on it, maybe it'll help.
Mm-hmm. I think another thing we were trying to go, maybe look back to, especially some of the younger coaches, what got you involved in the sport? Maybe if you were, and just try and bring up stuff like that and try and use those ideas in your recruiting. Another possible way that we were thinking of is, the lacrosse, baseball, whatever, all those guys, if we could tell them, like, you're just coming out of the winter. You're ridiculously out of shape because all the gyms are closed and you haven't left your, do you want to get in shape for track and field? Gymnastics might be a good way to do that. Do you want to get in shape for, lacrosse? Maybe gymnastics can help. It's better than sitting on the couch. And maybe we can reach out to the lacrosse, the baseball coaches and all them and ask them to, push for them to join gymnastics. Because, I know with me, like if a kid is asking, if a kid's going to do something, I want him to do wrestling other than sit on a couch all year or, over the winter. So maybe we could use that to help kind of push for recruiting and all of that stuff. And use that to help kind of promote that kind of, environment of like, let's try and get stronger. Okay. It looks like we have a lot of really good, pieces of information throughout. That's all we've got for the most part for this clinic. Does anybody have anything else that they want to talk about or anything that they think that maybe we should discuss?
In the event that, let's say, and I really like what Paul had to say, that we can get athletes from other sports that we've never been able to get before, we might just need to be prepared that if your program grows this year to above the maximum number of what you can hold in the gym, that you're going to have to start planning how you're going to plan your practices to stay in accordance with, obviously, the CDC guidelines, etc.
Yeah. I mean,
it'll be a happy problem to have.
Yes. I think one of the things that me and our group was looking at was, if you look at the number of sports that we are competing against, soccer is a very high risk sport, and so is football. And then the only other sport we're really competing against is water polo. Water polo is, I doubt there's very much crossover with water polo because those kids are usually like swimmers and they're not going to drop water polo. But if we're competing against two very high risk sports, we might luck out if they are not able to go through or their season is, neutered in some way. If they, for some reason, say football and soccer are non-contact, or soccer, you can't, it's a non-contact soccer. Maybe we can try and capitalize on that. So is there anything else that anybody thinks that they would like to discuss, or now that we have the large group together, do we want to chat about before we go?
I did miss the beginning part of the meeting a little bit, but how is the girls' season going to impact the boys' season? If the girls' season is going to have a refresh and going to start over and get pushed back a couple of weeks, are our season going to get cut short, most likely, or will there going to be a double up?
We don't have the answer to that.
Yeah. There's several potential outcomes from that. They could just say, you're given the time that you're given, and they get a month and a half or so of season, and at least they get something. They could take 2 weeks off of our season and then like a week off of spring and shift everybody back a little bit, or a week off of summer. It seems like the IHSA has a handful of plans in place, or at least ideas that they're coming up with, but they just haven't shared those with us yet. And on the 14th is when they will they'll have their meeting, and I think that's at least when they'll come up. They'll share more information from then.
Okay.
Okay. Cool. Tucker, did you want to go through and finish the judging clinic things that you had?
I can stick around if people want to do it still.
Yeah. So if you would like to stick around and finish with, get some more of the clinic with Brandon and Frank, you're welcome to, but if not, you know, we can leave a little bit early. That's not the biggest deal in the world. I mean, you guys are already at home, at least most of you guys. But yeah, thanks for coming. And Brandon, you can take over.
Hey, Frank, are you going to stick around too? Is that okay? Okay. So we can still watch your videos?
Yeah. Good seeing all you guys.
I can stay. Hey, guys, I hope to see you all this year.
Yeah. Good seeing all of you.
Yeah. So
I did post Brandon's cheat sheets, as I'm calling them, in the minutes right underneath the judges training videos, so you have all of that in one spot.
Are few people still here want to do it? Okay. Okay, guys, so we're gonna do vault really quick. So I don't need this for vault. So the ones to go through, hey Frank, what's the handspring again? I gotta double. I have it on my other
you
sheet.
mean like value for a handspring?
Yeah, start score for a handspring is
7.9.
Yeah. So everyone, your handspring is 7.9, and then there's a 10th bonus for sticking it. Good. And you're probably going to see handsprings, handspring fronts, and sukes. And then after that, after the handspring, and hey, everyone, a half on, a round off is like the same as a handspring, really. So,
Right.
So you're either starting at a 7.9, and then again, if it's just awesome, it's 3 to 5 tenths off, an awesome one, because you're going to be coming around the side a little bit. You're going to be having your legs hooked a little bit. If you're not sticking it, so like 3 tenths off or 5 tenths off. 5 tenths off is a great handspring. That's like a really nice one probably, and that's so a 7.5 is a very fair score for a good handspring. So, a 7.0 would be like a decent one. And then there's no problem with handsprings going in the 6s. There's just a lot to be kind of factored in there on your pre-flight, your post-flight, and your landings. And then for the flipping vaults, for our sukes, tuck is a 9.0. Tuck suk is 9.0. A pike suk is a 9.3. and then a layout is a 9/6. And you can usually assume that if you add a half twist to any of these, they go up by 3/10. And if you add a full, they go up by, you know, like a tuck full is a 9/6, and they usually jump up to the next level. So then adding a full twist jumps up 2 levels. And then, you know, the highest start score on vault 9/8, 9/9. And then if you stick a flipping vault, though, it's a 2/10 bonus. You know, I think on vault, our main thing is just to get this start score. And then just, again, a great vault is going to have 5/10 off on it probably. You know, to have 3/10 off on a vault would just be, you know, our state champ maybe almost.
Yeah, just a note, like can't start higher than a 10.0 start value though. So if you have a 9/9 vault and you stick it, you still can't give it out of a 10.1. It's got to be out of a 10.0.
And then let's say you do a handspring front. I've just always, I mean, since I first started judging and was maybe a little confused, the handspring fronts are always worth a little bit more. So like a tuck handspring front's a 9/3. Oops, I'm going to go like this. So a tuck handspring front's worth a 9/3. If you were to do a pike, it's a 9/6. If you do a tuck with a half, if it's a 9/6. A pike with a half is a 9/9 then. So like the front flipping ones are always worth a little bit more than the corresponding suking position. And I've never made a chart like this because one exists in the rule book that's, you know, just like this. So I would have that with you. Frank, you just want to show the one and we'll kind of just give everyone a chance to guess.
Yeah, you bet. You know, you're not just like any other routine. You're never, you know, you don't know what skill the person's going to be doing. You know, state meet, there's like Brandon said, there's a lot of sukes and handspring fronts.
There's also like people doing handsprings for the team though. So you.
True.
So what does everyone think for that one? Like what's the start score there?
9/3. Is it a pike?
9/3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we all gave that pike suk. And like, what about the deductions there? Is that like a 10th off or 5/10 off, a point off? Are you finding 1.5? I think some people think vault might be easy because you don't have to remember as much, but man, it's tough to judge it when it's happening so fast.
There's a step in here.
Okay, I mean, everyone, like, look how proud we should be of each other. Like, we're all kind of like within range. Like, you know, like if you're judging that at the state finals, we all came up with the start score, and we're all like almost in the range of what the state final judges need to be within. It's pretty good. Okay. Move on to P-bars.
Hey, Brandon?
Yeah.
Just a comment about vault. This is for every event, every skill, actually. You have to know where to look for the deductions to see them. So you can only deduct what you see. So you have to know where to look and what you're looking at in order to get any deductions. Take, for example, the vaulting. All right, so as soon as they hit the board, their pre-flight, you're looking at their pre-flight. Are their legs apart? Are their knees bent? Is his angle extended in his shoulders? You know, those are all areas for deductions. And then, you know, going over the top, you'll see deductions. On the post-flight, the repulsion. Does he show flight up off the horse? Or is it on the horse and down? So you would look for repulsion. You look for your landing, you know, feet apart, chest down, off center, hops. As Brandon said, it happens so quick, but if you know what to look for, you can mentally register a lot of those things. And you just carry that over to a skill, a front uprise on P-bars. I mean, if you know where to look for deductions, you're not going to see deductions when they finish the front uprise. The only deduction you would see is the shoulder or the hips being level with the shoulders and the knees apart, bent, toes hooked. But there's a lot of deductions through the bottom that you'll see. So knowing where to look for deductions is really important. Amen.
Thanks, Blaze.
Yeah, like this is way too much to cover in like a little 45 minutes. I know,
Oh,
but
yeah.
I think I know, and everyone, like, I'll tell you, like, it's hard for me just to say, like, okay, I'm just going to try and give you a ballpark and not to judge it for real. But I'm telling you, like, a lot of people are going to have to do that this year. So I'm just trying to help us out, get prepared. So
No,
on P-bars,
this approach is good.
so we got a support skill, like an L, a handstand, leg cuts, Piro, and all these B's and C's and D's here. We have an upper arm. Now, everyone, not to get into the school, but there was a gymnast at sectionals 2 years ago who didn't find out to sectionals that he didn't have an upper arm in his routine. He thought his back uprise counted. And not like my chart is the best thing ever, but if you just look at this, I don't see back uprise in this column. Like, that is down here. Like, so if you'd have looked at this, you'd have known that, you know, a back uprise is not an upper arm skill. It's a non-diagrammed A that we're going to give an A for, but it doesn't give you this element group. An underbar skill is where the cast groups went to when we got rid of the 4 element, the 5 and went to 4. So we got our glide kips and cast. And then we have our dismount. Any position flip front or back. A piker layout front with or without a half twist. I'm sorry, a piker layout with a half twist. Does anyone notice what they don't see on here that we see maybe a lot of? What doesn't exist?
V. Oh.
A half twist in what position?
Oh.
A tuck.
A tuck half doesn't exist, everyone. It's like not even in the fig. It's not in our interpretations, except, well, it might be in the interps. If someone does a half twist tuck, we're going to call it this with like the deductions for the knees and whatnot.
Right, okay.
So it's going to, but it's not in there really, but we're going to say it's this B dismount so we can get it in that start value that's maybe posted at a sectional or a conference meet. But then it would have the deduction, so it kind of ends up being the same and oftentimes worse.
And then
also,
quick question, what about an occasion, I know that we don't see it very often anymore, but the flyaway at the end of the bar?
That is right here, if it's a layout. And hey, Paul, I actually have my gymnast has done that the last 2 years. And I think they've gotten it when we've done it with deductions, but it's got to be a layout, which is really tough. You think the second your knees come through the bottom, your body has to hit a layout, not even a pike position. So like you have to show over that 45 degrees, you know. And a tuck is a nothing. It's just a nothing. It's not even a non-diagram, I don't think.
A double flyaway is a skill.
A double flyaway is a skill, it is, yeah. It's a B, I think.
So
since I've never seen one, I've seen, I think, maybe a Glenbard West gymnast, I saw them working it, but I've never seen anyone compete it, so it's not made my chart yet.
I saw it, some guy just did it at like a higher level competition.
Yeah,
it was posted on Instagram. That's the
yeah,
only reason I remember.
If you're doing a double flyaway off the end, I would just wonder why you can't do it off the side, but yeah. Yeah, it's that block, I guess. Any questions about P-bars, anyone? So on P-bars, only bonuses for these multiple flipping or twisting dismounts are going to give you a 10th bonus. So like that double back would be one we want to mention. Okay, hey Frank, can we show the video then?
Yeah, I hope everybody's prepared to be challenged.
Yeah. I don't know who coached this one.
All right, here we go.
So again, everyone, working on a start score here. Does everyone want to type in the chat? Maybe like wait another another 30 seconds to try and get a initial one in. You can't wait, and you can't just wait till Keith types it in and then type the same thing in a real meet. So we gotta.
We can't. Just gonna call Keith.
I'm super rusty. I'm getting everything wrong.
It's been so long since I've watched anything gymnastics related, really.
You know what? We're gonna be in. I bet you a lot of us are gonna be in range though.
Yeah.
Hey everyone, while you're kind of tabulating that, did the gymnast have 6 counting skills though?
I think we only had 5.
This one's a
You
tough one.
for the dismount.
Yeah, did the feet touch first? You can't go rewatch it, right? You can't go ask his mother to watch the video. Or father here. Did the gymnast have a group 1?
Yes.
Yeah, we had an L in there, right? What about an upper arm?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, back up rise doesn't count front up rise. We had a forward roll in there.
No, nothing.
Yeah, there's a forward. After the front up rise.
And out of the forward roll, we had a back up rise.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had a attempted a press, right? Do you give him that press?
No.
Yeah, I don't think
No press.
I don't think you can do that.
And an L.
And then the L. What am I missing? And then
and then a touch back.
And there's the cast there. And then again, we did another back up rise. Don't get it. Another L. Can't get that. We didn't give the press. And then did the feet touch?
Maybe.
Were they 45 degrees within a half twist of that on the butt almost? Yeah, these are quite, really quick. And everyone, like you and I are just going to sit in the chair and discuss. And if you're on your own, you just got to make a decision really quick. And maybe if you have the sheet in front of you, you're like, I don't know, it looked like he started doing a half. And if you're within 45 degrees of that, sorry, if you're within 90 degrees of that, you got to give him a half. And I mean, yeah, there's a lot of deductions on that dismount. But Frank, I think we both gave him the half, right?
We did. We thought his feet hit first, and so we gave him the dismount.
And we said and we gave him a half too, right? Yeah.
So
Yes.
when you're calculating the half twist or the twist,
90 degrees.
But do you take the most twisted part of the body or the least twisted part of the body?
Well,
you know, you have those kids who leave their shoulders behind, but their hips are twisted. Their hips and knees past the 90 degree, but their head and shoulders are still, facing straight on.
Probably center of gravity is like the technical answer, but I mean, I'm trying to give the benefit of the doubt to the gymnast always.
Brandon, my question is this: is if it's tucked?
Yeah, remember, Jason, if it's tucked, you got to give them you're going to give them the B, and then you're going to take off 3/10 probably for the knees and the hips and all that.
Oh, okay. So you would still give them the B, huh? Okay.
Yeah. It's just in our rules. We don't have a tuck half, so we're going to give a pike, and then take probably
Because a tuck dismount, I mean, that's an IHSA thing, so that's why I got a little confused on that as well. Because
a tuck would be right
a tuck is not even recognized.
Tuck half's not recognized, but we're going to give it a pike, and I think we've interpreted that, so it's in there kind of.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right,
it's
I have to go back and look at that.
Yeah, so,
Thank
but
you.
even but if you're a judge doing this, everyone, just if it's a tuck with a half, just give them a B. Give them a B and take off 3 or 4 for it maybe. If and then come to the clinic and we'll teach you how to really do it, I guess. So the gymnast has 1 B, right? And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 A's. And remember, we're not going to give them a stick if their butt sticks. So.
Yeah, then 8.6. I got an 8.6 start value. So.
8.8, right? Because the B was 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had 8.8.
Yeah,
but 8.6 if you come up with 8.6, that's awesome.
But really, who cares if you give them the A or B and you take deductions on the B, or you give them a tuck on the A?
Here, everyone, just to save you a hassle, I think Blaze and Frank and I would agree with this now. If you go ahead and give them the B, you're going to avoid getting inquiries later. You're just going to save yourself time. I mean, really, you are. And then you can hammer them, and you can't argue with someone about their deductions.
Hey, I missed for a second. What did you guys do with that press thing? Did you guys give him credit or just do?
It's no credit.
They never. Not only. He would have to get all the way up there and hold it, and there was I don't think he got past.
His hips never even got that high. Okay,
no.
Thank you.
And don't forget that not only is that a deduction for not getting that, but all the deductions going towards that, the knee bend on it, the shakiness, the elbow bend on it, there's 5/10 off before that gymnast even missed that press, which is unfortunate, but.
Hey, Brandon.
Yeah.
I don't have a pencil and paper or anything, but from what I remember, he did front up rise, forward roll,
back up rise,
L, and then
cast, and
then dismount.
Then
you had a cast in there.
He had a cast after that, Blaze.
Yes, upper arm.
He did another cast back up
He did a cast before the dismount. Okay.
Yeah, and then he tried the. Hey, everyone, he had at least one. He had one full free. I know he had one full free swing and another half free swing.
Yep.
So I mean, that was when you missed that press. Holy cow! So where do we think we are? 0.5 to 1, 1 to 2, or 2 to 3? And we'll say 2 to 3 counts 3 and over, really.
Yeah, 2 to 3.
Yeah, 2 to 3 probably, right? Yeah, I think somewhere in the 5s or 6s, we're probably
6.2.
Yeah, I think everyone is awesome final scores there. Look at that. It's like a state final crew already. Okay, last one. So you have to judge a high bar routine with all these giants, and it's hard to tell where their hands are and what's going on. Use this sheet. So what do we got on high bar? Any sort of giant is your hang skill. There are no hanging other A's though, all those kips and all that stuff, none of that's getting you this hang skill. It's got to be some sort of giant back upright hand, or one of these turning giants. The release, you know, there's not even that A release anymore. That little leg cut thing, it's not a release move. It goes somewhere else. So I think most people, we don't even see it anymore. We got that Veronin and the vault over. The difference again, the vault over would be, the Veronin would be like a piked Yamawaki. Well, the Yamawaki is like the stretched one. The Veronin's like a pike one, and a vault over is more like the gymnast looks like an L going over the bar. Like if this were the bar, the gymnast should look like this going over for a vault over. The Veronin, they look more like an upside down V with like height. This is going to be 90% of your gymnast though, everyone. In bar can be a free hip, a kip hand Piro. Everyone, if you want a quick 10-second explanation, if you see their hands move twice when they're doing a kip hand, they did a kip hand and then a Piro. So again, if you see their hands move twice, 2 grip changes, they did a kip hand and a Piro. If you see only one hand moving, they did a kip hand Piro, which is right here, and it's actually 2 different skills, or it's 2 different ways of interpreting it. If you miss that, you know what? Who cares? You're going to be off by a 10th. Blaze, mute really quick when I say who cares.
Pardon me?
Nothing. Forget it now.
Oh, come on.
No, I said, not really who cares, everyone, but you know, I'm trying to say, we get worried about this, and like, you know what? You're going to be off by a 10th.
I think in the context of how you're presenting this, I think it's very true. Who cares?
Yeah,
Because
I know.
Your whole concept here is, hey, you guys out there, you can judge. You just don't know it. You guys can judge. You just don't know it. The guys that have to worry about that difference are the 12 guys at the state meet.
And I think most coaches, everyone, are pretty cool. They're going to tell you ahead of time, hey, listen, that thing my kid does is called a Weiler kip. And you look on your sheet like, oh, there it is. It's a B. And I don't think many coaches are going to mess around with you and be like, oh, my kid's doing this weird thing. He like wraps his leg around the bar, and then the coach tells you that's a Weiler. And like, no, that shouldn't happen, right?
Yeah.
And then so our dismounts here, we got any sort of flyaway, front or back, half twist, full twist. All this stuff is an A. Frank, is the full a bonus now? I feel like I need to have that bolded.
An A dismount from Giants is a 1/10 bonus. So yes.
But yeah, but not even from Giants. Hey, everyone, the full twist. Oh, it's down here. So everyone, here's our dismounts. And then all turning Giants are a 10th bonus. You only get each one once though.
Remember that.
One quick thing is a Higgins, a half Higgins, and a blind are essentially the same thing. I know they're not the same thing, but it's going in the same direction with a half turn. So you can only get that bonus 10th once. And you can only get that skill once. You can't do a half Higgins and a blind for any sort of repetition credit. Now, all multiple flipping dismounts are a 10th bonus, or single or more. So this is an event where that full flyaway will get you a bonus 10th. And then I think it's on my next page. Yeah, all dismounts. This is where like I had to add something earlier where it messed up, which I said I don't like to do. All A dismounts coming out of Giants earn an extra 10th bonus. And the intent, everyone here, and a lot of this is like, a lot of these bonuses are intent was to get people doing flyaways from Giants. So if you do a Giant double back, you're not going to get that too.
Right. And also if you do a full, you're not getting 2 tenths, one for the full and one for doing it from Giants. It's still just 1/10.
Yeah. Yeah, that might, the way I worded that might not come off like that. Okay, everyone, we ready to judge a quick high bar routine, which is going to go fast?
Okay, let's go.
And remember, like, you don't have to count Giants necessarily. You know, you can try to, but if you miss a few Giants, it's okay. Just try and get their turns in there and try and remember if they did a full or a half. Okay.
Okay, got it. Here we go.
Keith, I like that. Talk me down to 6'3". Just trying to keep everyone honest here so you don't just copy down someone else's.
Actually, I want to go back down one.
Hey guys, everyone's finishing. Gymnast had 6 tricks.
Actually, 9.5. I'm wrong. Sorry.
Did they have a hang skill? It's an awesome vault over, right? That's a good one. Do we have an in bar?
Yeah.
This one's a weird one, but this gymnast did a kip hand right there.
Yeah.
And then we had a double back dismount. Now to go through their 8 tricks, in like my mind, I think we started with, we had a vault over. We had a half turn, which that's actually a trick, right? We had a kip hand right here. We had a Piro after that kip hand because there were 2 grip changes. And like, oh, that's even better because he gets bonus, but now he doesn't get it later too. So actually it's worse maybe. Then does a giant. Then does that blind. Then does a full Piro. Notice like all these little things I have bolded. It might help you add up the bonuses quicker or help me fix this if I have mistakes too. And then he does another Piro with another reverse giant, or we already had a reverse giant in there. And then we got a double back. So we got what, 1, 2, 3 C's or 3 B's? We got 5 A's, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we got 5. We got a few more. We got at least 5 A's. Remember, when you're running out of this, when you have so many skills, like you can't have more than 8 anyways. So like if you aren't sure, like, yeah, these got 5 because you can't have 6. And then it looks like we got 1, 2, 3 plus the double 4 tenths in bonus. $1.8. But everyone like 9, if you're in like 9.5 and above, I think you're pretty close. Like, right? That's even if we didn't even talk about how you got it. Like if we just came up with our final score, we're going to be awfully close, I think. And then what about for deductions there? An awful, remember, like it's got to be an awfully good giant to not have a 10th off on it. Although those probably were some good giants. If you think that was a very nice routine, having 1 off is a great score, everyone. Just because he had a double and all these bonuses doesn't mean there weren't any 10ths off. You know, that there was that one scorpion after something I remember seeing.
Yeah, the kip hand.
Yeah, the kip hand, that was a huge arch there. That's got to be something, right? I think I remember seeing that.
It's seared into my memory.
Yeah. Hard to remember what else he did.
It's really hard. It's an 8.2 routine, but then again, if you take that 10th on every giant.
Yeah, maybe some of the giants weren't though, right? Like some of them were actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, but everyone, this is how I think people see that routine and they're like, you're trying to judge fast. And like, just try and think back. Did he do 6 circles? Like a lot of people are doing 4 circles before a travel down. And man, a lot of those circles are 3/10 off. And I'm like, I'm sorry, but you know,
out of curiosity, how much did you guys take off for a full pirouette?
This time, I think I had like 3 maybe. 2 or 3.
I mean,
when he finally caught the bar, I thought it was like horizontal almost.
Yeah,
like
which
3.
is yeah, and then that's if Jason, that's if the arms and the skewing and the legs and the toes and the knees and everything else is perfect, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 or 3 is probably fair on that one.
Okay.
We were close to not giving it credit, right?
Yeah, and if it's any lower, hey everyone, again, if you have a pirouetting skill without a 10th off, I'd like to see it. It's just hard. Because, I mean, they have to be pirouetting up here, which is the ideal, safest way to do it. And, like, you know, most of our guys are pirouetting here or sometimes below horizontally.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
You're like, as a judge, you just shut your eyes and, you know he made it when you open him. He's still on the bar.
The blind change was pretty good.
Yeah, no, the blind was really good. Yeah. Yeah. Good job, everyone. Look at this. Like, I think we're all so close. If we can just start getting out there and, like, you need to convey this same confidence. I think when more of these coaches start judging, like, you know, if we get more of us, people are going to wonder, oh, I guess why am I the only one not doing it? You know?
Mm-hmm.
That's what we should get it to feel like, because now it probably feels like no one's doing this. Why should I? But let's try and make it more like, why am I the only one not doing it?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Tucker.
Thanks, Brandon, for sure.
Oh, well, Frank,
thank you, Frank, as well. You guys are always doing so much to put all the clinics together and everything. Blaze, thanks for putting together that judging packet to help get everybody started. Thanks everybody for being here and staying after. But I think that's about the end. So I hopefully will see you guys in a few months. But yeah, we have an association meeting in January. So I hope to see everybody at that point. Okay. I'll see you guys.